Wow, what a great keynote. Now, in this keynote, we saw about how technology was being used to solve the world's problems. I'm Lawrence Moroney. I'm reporting from the Coffee with a Googler stage here on level 2 of the Moscone. And some of the technologies that we saw in play during the keynote were things such as the Android M developer preview. I'm looking forward to downloading it and trying it out for myself. We also saw updates to things such as Android Wear and some fabulous stuff that's available in the Internet of Things space, such as Project Brillo and Project Weave. I particularly enjoyed the Photos app and some of the things that we saw that are available in the Photos app, and the fact that we can store all of our photos and videos online for free. But I think the crowning glory of it was the stuff that's happening in the virtual reality space. There was the new Project Cardboard was announced, and I see people walking around with the new Cardboard devices now. And including that, there was also the Project Jump, which will allow you to film your own virtual reality 3D videos. It's just incredible stuff. And speaking of videos, we've got this great new series that's coming on the YouTube developers channel. It's called Made with Android. Let's take a look at that now.
How far away are we from the
52 miles.
Oh, wow. It's still going strong. It's still pinging regularly with locations, and that's fine.
My good friend Vimal is great at coming up with crazy ideas, and I love helping him implement them. And he told me about his crazy awesome idea to send cameras up on weather balloons, and I was all in. I'm Heather Brundage. I'm an engineer and explorer, and I like to go on crazy adventures.
I'm Vimal Balodia. I'm a serial entrepreneur, software engineer, and maker of random things.
We're the Casa de Balloon Club, and this is Made with Android.
Launching weather balloons is kind of an interesting engineering challenge, plus the fact that you can get pictures of the Earth from 80,000 feet, where you actually see the complete blackness of the sky and the curvature of the Earth, and it's absolutely incredible.
We used Android because it was a very affordable device. Another reason why we used Android is it had fantastic documentation.
One of the greatest things about Android was that it was very easy to pick up. Literally just downloaded the SDK, read through the first tutorial on how to build an app, and then built the first prototype of this all in an afternoon. And instead of using this battery, we're going to be wiring in one of these holders. Up above 30 to 40,000 feet, the normal lithium batteries that are sitting in your phones will not work all the way up there because they'll just freeze. We actually have to hook our phones up to external battery packs that are using disposable lithium primary batteries. I actually do all of this in my living room. I just have a little bench, and you don't really need that much to do a project like this.
Our most basic payload is just an Android phone. And with that phone, we're able to get GPS location as well as altitude. Android allowed us to take control of the phone in a low-level way that we needed. We're using these phones in a way that they're not designed for, and other phones don't let you do that.
So the app that we developed for our balloon launches is pretty much the polar opposite of a normal well-behaved mobile app. A normal well-behaved mobile app tries to be very careful about power consumption. It tries to play well with all the other apps that are running. It doesn't want to hog resources. We want it to be running all the time. We never want it to sleep. We want it to always be the most important app that is running, and make sure that if for whatever reason the phone reboots because of a low power situation or something, our app comes up and running.
That's something that a lot of other phones don't allow you to have access to, but Android allowed us to have that control.
And there's our phone booting up. Good times.
Checked the weather for this Saturday, and actually it looks fantastic.
Ahead of time, I end up doing a lot of work on the computer, and I'm looking at wind simulations to figure out a good launch location, as well as expected drop zones, checking that against no-fly zones and airports in big cities to make sure that we don't have any issues.
And, oh, it'll pop over Los Banos and land
A little bit
a
over
little
Fibra.
Fibra.
That's not a bad area. Nice.
Sweet. So it looks like Saturday's going to be good.
We do run extra predictions right at the time of launch, since wind predictions are only so good and they can change.
I'm going to be preparing the payloads, putting in the batteries, turning on the phones, just doing a final check to make sure all the software's running. It looks like it's working.
We've also added in an Android camera. So it's not a phone, it's specifically a camera, so it's much better than the camera in just a regular Android phone.
There are a lot of different things to worry about in these payloads. We have a bunch of trade-offs with respect to weight, power consumption, the electronics and their sophistication.
You guys ready?
At the day of the launch, we have a minimum of 3 people. We have the helium person, the balloon person, and the lift person. And then ideally, we also have a 4th person with us who's reading off the directions.
Slide balloon neck approximately 3 inches over the PVC balloon fill nozzle.
This is by far the hardest part.
All right, helium fill,
Ready?
go.
Ooh, he's perfect.
Great! Yay!
All right. Then we tie the payloads to them, let them go, cross our fingers. 3, 2, 1.
Go, little balloon, go! You can do it!
Wow, that's really awesome to see. Oh man, look at that! It just.
Woo! Yes! Once the balloon is in the air, we're actively tracking it.
We have 2 devices in there. They're both sending us GPS location. So they're close. They're a little off from each other. But you can see she's drifting southeast ever so slightly, which is exactly what we expected.
We do lose contact with the balloon at about 20,000 feet when it leaves cell reception. The cell phone is still getting GPS data up to about 60,000 feet when it then loses GPS data. When the balloon rises, it expands, and when it gets high enough, it bursts. And that's when the parachute deploys and it starts to descend back to Earth. At this point, it's falling at about 5 meters per second with a parachute, and it's spinning around. So it takes it a while to get a cell reception and a GPS lock once it gets below there. It could land on a freeway, which we hope not. It could land in a farm field, or it could land in the water. We don't know.
The worst possible thing that could go wrong is that the payload actually lands on a road or inside a crowded area, and we take a lot of precautions in choosing both our launch site as well as our expected landing site to make sure that that's not going to happen.
We could just lose the balloon completely, have no contact with it. The batteries could die, the phone could stop working, the program could crash and not reboot, and if we don't hear from it, we're not going to get it back.
About half the launches that people have done and blogged about, they never saw again.
Hey, to a great launch.
Cheers!
Woo. To
Here,
full recovery.
To full recovery.
Here we go.
Oh, whoa.
She went pretty far south.
So it's in a field. We don't have to worry.
Yeah, right in a farm field.
Perfect.
Let's go pick it up.
This was a perfect day for Central Valley wind. It was exactly as we usually expect, a nice southeast wind.
Yeah, so I'm about as zoomed in as I can possibly be.
And here, wait, let me show you the map.
So one of the great things about using an Android phone is actually, in addition to using GPS, also using network triangulation. So we have a much more accurate location spot on it down to a couple of feet.
I'm just hoping there aren't like snakes.
Or sprinklers.
Your sprinklers. Typically, we can see the red parachute sticking up. This time we couldn't. So we had this big green field and no red dot. So we had to start tromping through the field. But finally, we got right on top of it, and there it was. Found it! Woo! Awesome! The Android device knew where it was well enough and was able to communicate its location to us well enough that it led us right to it. It was a homing beacon, effectively, just purely through GPS data. And even if all we knew was, hey, it's in this field, it would have taken us forever. A combine would have found it before we did. We would have had to fly over the field to see that. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, everything is still pretty safe and solid and secure.
Dang.
Oh, man, look at this.
It just tied itself
It pretty
into a
much-
pom-pom.
Wow.
So here is our happy, reliable phone. It's been ticking along.
Still on? Nice.
It is still on. It has a great connection, too.
Awesome. Let's.
Everything looks to be intact. When we recover the payloads, we bring computers with us and we like to look at the pictures.
Which is really satisfying at the end of a long day to see these pictures that you've just retrieved. If other people are interested in doing ballooning, Our code is open source and available online.
Everyone who does this has their own site and has their own blog and tells their own story about their launches and their payload and their experience. And we've read a ton of them and learned a lot from that. And we also want to share our story at casadebaloon.club.
We're Casa de Balloon Club.
And this was made with Android. The problem with regular lithium batteries is when it gets really, really, really cold, they stop working. So that's why we had to switch to lithium primary batteries.
All right.
No. Taken away from me.
Oh my God.
We're done.
Well, that was a fun video, and I hope you enjoyed it. And I'm sitting here now with the director of the video, Brian Grady. So, Brian, welcome to Coffee with a Googler.
Hey, thanks for having me,
Oh,
Lawrence.
you're
really,
very welcome. So,
love the show.
thank you,
Yeah,
thank
you've
you.
been doing a
So,
great job with it.
for those of you guys who are watching, Brian and I came up with the concept of Coffee with a Googler together. And he's actually the brains behind the show, and he's also the beauty behind the show as well. So it's like, it's.
Thank you so much.
So-
Yeah.
so
I never
tell us-
thought I'd actually be the Googler that you were having coffee with, so this is a nice change of
It's
pace
my
for me.
privilege, actually. So tell us about the Made with Android. That looked like a whole ball of fun.
Man, we're so excited about this new series. It's a web series. It's a documentary style, as anybody who saw it can see. And the reason we're excited about it is because we do Coffee with a Googler. It's always talking with Googlers about Google stuff, and it's not. We don't try to be pushy, but we want to expose and make things easier for people to do.
Sure.
Made with Android is about finding people outside of Google doing things that nobody expected them to do with a phone.
Right.
And so we found out that there's a lot of people, there's a community out there, people that, because of the extensibility of the Android operating system, are able to make incredible applications that do crazy things like
flying a weather balloon.
Flying a weather balloon, or opening your apartment door when you're at the top of the stairs and your bags are full of groceries. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah.
Your hands are full of groceries. But anyway, there's things like that out
Things
there.
that people will think of that we can't think of, right?
So we're looking for stories like that. We've got a couple lined up. This is the first full piece that we've completed, and we're looking for new ideas. So if somebody's got any ideas that they know of fantastic things that are made with Android, we'd like to hear about them in our G+ comments on the YouTube channel.
Okay.
And speaking of the channel, we should talk about the Google Developers YouTube channel, which is where the bulk of my team's work ends up.
Now, what's the criteria that you're looking for somebody to pitch something for these videos?
Thanks. For Made with Android, we're looking for non-Google employees.
Okay. Rules
We
me
want,
out.
yes, we want non-commercial applications that are about fun
Okay.
or hobby, lifestyle kind of stuff,
Right.
connecting new things that people hadn't connected. We want it to be an open source project.
Right.
And we want to be able to not only entertain people and inspire people with the video, but also provide them with the code, the applications, and maybe they'll go out and do something else.
So
really
somebody
crazy.
can pick this and run with it for themselves. Like I could actually go and get a weather balloon myself now and start doing what these folks
You
do.
go to casadebaloon.club, which is this group's website.
I love the
team-
.club.
.club.
That's cool.
I like the Casa de Balloon, but anyway, they have a whole thing set up there, and you can go and you can download their app. You can see where they've flown. You can they have flight logs. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that is
it's like setting up your own space. Really, your own space exploratory project.
Right.
You get these beautiful photographs of
Nice,
the Earth,
nice.
which are in the video as well.
Yeah, I always wanted to do those, like the slice of pizza in space kind of pictures,
Yeah.
So in our case, we'll do a coffee with a Googler mug in space.
Yeah.
And I guess the more exotic the locale, the better.
Absolutely. We're looking for things to produce. Right now, I'm looking for things in the Mediterranean.
Okay.
If
I'm
there's any
more a Tahiti guy
developers-
myself.
Tahiti.
Yeah.
Well, I hear they're doing interesting things with maps down in Tahiti.
Got to get on that.
Yeah, I think we ought to get down there. and see what's happening.
Now, this show is going to go on the YouTube Developers channel, right? And there's
That's right.
lots of great types of shows on that channel. Could you tell us about
so we
them?
have a team of multiple producers, at least 4 full-time producers. We have, it's really like a television production company.
Yeah.
And we're putting out, I'd say 3, 4, maybe 5 different kinds of content.
Okay.
We've got very specific task-oriented instructional sort of work,
Okay.
where you'll learn to, implement an API in your application. We've got this more inspirational stuff where you see what people have done, and we don't really dive into how did they do that. But there's always a link to how they did that.
Sure.
And then we have a great lazy web show is for people, developers who don't have the time to sift through everything that comes out on the web every week.
Yeah.
We have a rundown of that. We're going to be doing a weekly Android roundup.
Sure.
In the next couple of months, we're going to start that. Probably in the next couple of weeks, I should say. Yeah.
I'm personally a big fan of the dev bites. Because
Oh, yeah.
as a developer, it's like there's so much new information coming thick and fast every day.
Yeah.
And it's like the nice thing about a dev bite is I can sit down for 3 or 4 minutes and watch the dev bite and then learn if I really care about that technology or not. Instead of investing a few hours like dissecting a sample or reading through documentation,
Right.
I watch the dev bite for 3 minutes and I go, yes, I care about this, or no, I don't care about this.
Yeah.
So it's a great time
And that's the
saver.
format that we try to set them up, that you know in the first 20 seconds whether this applies to you. We'll suggest other videos, like YouTube does, of similar things, so you don't have to sit through that one if you don't want to. But if it's something that you're looking for, it's very powerful. And we're also trying to make those more entertaining. We're adding little intros and outros. Famous ones are for Google Play services that your partner Magnus is in, and
Those
he
are
does
just
a lot
insane.
of
They're great.
mayhem. So go look those up on the channel.
I
And subscribe to the channel, please.
Yes,
You
please
must
subscribe to the channel right now. It's definitely going to be worth your click. And my favorite little ones is like when my head comes out of the coffee cup and looks around, and I look
wrote
really
that.
creepy. You did that?
I didn't
kinda
do
like
it. It was
so creepy.
my
going,
idea. Maybe
"This
you'll
is
come
really
out of
good."
this. But if you look at
Post-production.
watch Coffee with the Google, you'll see people popping out of coffee cups when you least expect it.
Sure. And now, in addition to like all this stuff, we also have these Udacity courses, right?
Oh yeah, well Udacity is this great partnership that's been brewing, and it's really been working really well, and we've just sort of started stepping that up a bit. I think you might actually, you're asking me a question, you might know a little bit more about that program.
I know a little
than
bit
do.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so Lawrence
I
has
was
been
teeing it up for you.
Yeah, Lawrence has been doing making wonderful contribution to the Udacity courses.
We have a course on Google Play services that's launching imminently. And so in that one, we're going to be covering some of the great technologies that we actually saw in the keynote. Some things such as maps and location and ads and analytics, and there's so many that we're putting in, I can't remember them all. But one of the nice things about how these Udacity courses work is that, if you're not familiar with them, is that a lot of the times video instruction tends to be a talking head, and it's a person presenting and then pointing at some code and then asking you to download something and maybe read a document, and then it's just them continually talking. It's very one way. But the way these courses have been set up is that they're much more interactive. And obviously you can't interact with an instructor, right, because they're on the computer screen, but it's lots of short segments, and then those segments usually end with a quiz or a challenge.
And don't you do occasional live streams where you'll have the experts available?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so there is a little.
So there is that level of interaction. If you're doing the nano degree, for example, you can like interact with instructors. And there's also these code jams that they do where lots of people get together. I was actually in Dublin a few months ago for the launch of one of the study groups there, one of the code jams around the Android Fundamentals Udacity course. And it was really cool because that's when you get a bunch of developers together to start working through all the problems together. Because these courses aren't just handing you the information and expecting you to know it. They're actually challenging you to do stuff step by step.
And when a bunch of people like that get together in a room, I mean, just like as a filmmaker, to film that and capture some of what's happening is amazing. So I want to do more of that.
Sure.
But you mentioned the nano degree program with Udacity. Wow, what an opportunity for people that aren't necessarily coders to learn how to code in Android, make an application, and it's all available online.
It's all available online, and you end up with a certification that you can use on your resume.
Yeah.
Right? This is
getting you a job, actually. You can
That's
actually
the goal.
get the nano degree and get a job. But we have also made some interstitial programming to show for Udacity. I mean, this might be a surprise for you, but I believe my friend in the control room has a video. It's the Udacity nano degree
Let's run
trailer.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Yeah, should
Let's
we run
watch.
it now?
Yes.
Sounds good to me. Are they running it?
I don't think we're clear yet.
The reason why I'm an Android developer is because of the platform's massive reach. Building for Android means that you can build something here and it will reach people all the way across the world. In fact, the next billion people coming online will interact with the internet for the very first time using only a mobile device. There's so many people who are consumers of technology, but I think it's so much more powerful to be a creator of technology. Everyone has unique experiences and strengths, and and they can draw on that and use that to identify problems in their community and then use technology to solve that. I really feel like there's a big opportunity to show people that they can create something really amazing. You can imagine something that you think should exist, and you can actually go and build it. I can't think of anything more powerful than that. You can start your journey to become an Android developer today with Udacity and Google's Nano Degree.
Hey everyone, welcome to Coffee with a Googler. I'm here with Sebastian Thrun, founder of Udacity, and I wanted to just hear a little bit more about the announcements today in the keynote. Can you tell us and share with the world what everyone's doing, what you and your team are doing at Udacity?
Yeah, we were really pleased to see that Sundar took the time to talk about our new Nano Degree. That is basically a way to bring education to the world, to democratize education. Google, wonderful 14 great instructors at Google have teamed up with my startup company Udacity to bring education to the entire world, including Egypt and many other places.
Awesome. Where did you get the idea for Udacity? Because you used to be at Google, right?
I used to be at Google. I was a mid-level manager in Maps and eventually made it into Google X and founded Google X. And then at some point I realized one of the most important things we have to do is to provide education to people, not just information, not making just the words information accessible, but about making the words education accessible and democratize it. So I took time out, I started Udacity, and we have, I don't know, more than 4 million students. We're doing fine.
That's really awesome. And is the education primarily focused around developers, or can you share more about the breadth of the offerings that Udacity has?
Yeah, so the Android Nano Degree with Google that we announced today, which is built and undersigned by Google, by Peter Lobos and his team, really teaches people to become Android developers. So if you take the education, you get a Nano Degree, you should be able to find a job in the Valley or in the world. And in the Valley, we pay for a good Android developer easily $100,000 or more in salary per year. So it's really meant to find people a job. It's project-based. You do many projects. You do much less lectures. There's some classes, but they're optional. And it's one of the many Nano Degrees we've launched. We launched 5 other ones. I hate to say in iOS we have one.
No,
but we also
iOS
have
is cool too.
data engineering and programming, and all around computer science, all the kind of stuff. The kind of stuff that we teach is what the type of people we'd like to hire.
Yeah, and I think that's a game changer, right? It's like bringing more people into the industry and having this industry knowledge really helps more people come into our industry faster, because I know that the next 20 years we have so many jobs and we're going to need them filled by amazing people around the world.
Yeah, and this is kind of stuff, I mean, I'm a former university professor from Stanford, and this is the kind of stuff we can't really offer at Stanford because it is so bleeding edge. I mean, we announced a new feature here at Google I/O, and we already have a course on learn how to program this. That speed cannot be matched in academia.
Yeah, and so can you tell me, so this Nano Degree program, is it free? Does it cost money? Can you tell, like, if I wanted to sign up today, what do I have to do? Do I have to have some background experience? How do I get started?
So first of all, it's free. Udacity's mission is to democratize education, and we can't democratize if we charge money. So anyone in the world can study all the content for free and do even the projects. However, to become really good, you want our feedback, you want services, you want mentors, you want code reviews, you want some engagement. And these things cost us money, so we charge money, and we charge $200 a month. Google has very graciously in Egypt just offering 2,000 scholarships for students so that students can get those services and still study for free. In terms of prerequisites, if you've never programmed before, don't try it. It's too hard. In fact, we have a little test there.
Maybe become a designer?
Yeah. No. Take a different Nano Degree. Do programming first. We have a whole bunch of those. You can start at the very beginning with Udacity. But Android is really meant to be kind of a proficient, top-level Android developer, the same way Google would hire internally.
Got it. And so you touched on, and we kind of talked a little bit about how Udacity is going to help drive job creation. I heard when I was talking to Peter backstage a little bit about this Career Summit. Can you speak to what the Career Summit is and some of the goals of that?
Yeah, that's totally cool. Laszlo Bock and his team at Google have decided they're going to invite 50 of the top Android finishers for a Nano Degree over to Google in November, all expenses paid, for a multi-day summit where we do a hackathon and you meet Google recruiters, and possibly a few of them find Google jobs. So that's a great motivation to the students in the world to sign up for it, but it's also a great sign that Google is willing to really consider alternative credentials. In this case, its own Nano Degree, alternative to conventional college credentials.
Yeah, and so it's not even that this is going to be a long-term goal. This goal can be accomplished this year.
It's going to be accomplished this year, and think about what's at stake. Like, how many people we have in the world who don't like their job, who can't get good education? Like the entire Middle East, for example. My friend Tom Friedman talks about that he believes if there's good education in the Middle East, there'll be fewer terrorists. Think about mid-career people. Like, we have stay-home moms to turn into software developers. We had a professional golf player who became a data analyst, right?
Yeah,
These kind of shifts don't exist today, and in this workforce, we need paths for those people. If we do this, humanity could be twice as productive.
Yeah, and so you spoke about the Middle East. I know that your team has also been working with Google to enable even more educational opportunities, specifically in Egypt. Can you tell me a little bit more, and our audience a little bit more, about what's going on in Egypt?
So Google has a really great working relationship with the Egyptian government, and so do we by association. And Google has decided to to translate several courses that we've jointly built into Arabic, end to end, so that a non-English speaking person could still study and become a top-notch software developer, Android developer, and so on. And on top of it, Google is putting in study centers, job centers, and stipends for students to take those materials. For me, it's great because I'm passionately following the sad news of the Middle East every day and the entire Arabic Peninsula. I truly believe if we brought good education to that specific part of the world, there'd be alternative pathways for people to get rid of their energy and do something productive. Yeah. And picking Egypt is a great launching pad because Egypt is relatively stable, has an extremely talented and inspiring population, and has actually a huge number of women in technology, as I just learned, which I think is really important to bring more women in technology.
Yeah, so as I was mentioning, so I work on the Women Tech Makers program here at Google, and my role is to increase the visibility, community, and resources for women in technology. And I think so often we don't hear of all the amazing women globally that are in the technology industry. And so specifically when we're thinking of the Middle East, so Arabic is first. Have you guys started thinking about what countries you might go to next?
We have translated various classes into up to 40 different languages when it comes to subtitling, but the narrative is still in English. We are currently took investment from Japan, from Europe, Germany, and from Brazil. We are very heavily contemplating China at this point, and we have a huge following in India. Udacity is an international platform. Our students are mostly from international countries, from all parts of the world. And that's our mission, to be global.
And when I was talking to even some women yesterday, we were talking about how, so it's like in order to, I think, really increase the participation and the graduation rate from these courses, I think what's really powerful about what you're doing is this end-to-end translation. Because I think sometimes subtitles aren't enough. Like, the more that we can have natural language speakers actually teaching these courses, it makes it feel not just for women, but I think for people of any nation to have it feel like it was made for them. So I think that's a really cool aspect of what you're doing in Egypt. And so I was telling you a little bit backstage, so I had the privilege to bring together a 4-woman team to create the new Android for Beginners course.
That's wonderful.
And so those are just the women that are specifically at Google. There's also a whole team at Udacity. And our thought was, how can we bring anyone, anywhere, regardless of their background, into the Android ecosystem? What are your thoughts around how anyone can jump in and participate? Is it starting with Android? Where do you think they should begin?
I think online education is not to be underestimated in its power. It's easy to box people. I don't want to box anybody here, but I've heard some of our female students voicing, look, we feel less intimidated than in the classroom with like 90% males that are all kind of super smart and raise their hand and make us feel slightly inferior. It gives much more privacy and much more ability to, you can watch the same video 50 times if you want, and so on. It's also cultural. To me, programming Android is sexy. It's interesting. You reach how many billions of people at this point? There's 1.5 million new devices unlocked every single day. How can you possibly be heard more than if you become an Android programmer? We have 3.69 billion unique mobile accounts in the world. Half the world is on mobile. 81% is Android. I think we should just all move into it, and we should leave the old stuff behind. If you're being told you can't do it because of race, ethnicity, whatever, intellect, gender, sexual orientation, that's all wrong. Just do it.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us. I really appreciate you taking the time, and congratulations on the announcement today.
Thank you so much.
The Android Wear platform is flexible enough to allow your app to display information to the user whenever it's useful. Now, this includes sharing fitness information, travel updates, or to-do lists for as long as the user might need them. However, doing this in the usual fashion means keeping the screen on full brightness and providing constant updates. This can have a big impact on battery life. But with Always On, your app can present useful information while the watch is in ambient mode, keeping your user informed while also saving precious power. Hi, I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is a quick introduction to keeping your Android Wear app always on. Android Wear operates in two primary states, interactive and ambient. When in interactive mode, the watch can display full color with fluid animation and can respond to user interactivity. This is typically when the user is giving focused attention to their watch. Ambient mode is a low power state that uses a limited color palette and is updated less frequently. This is the typical state for the watch while the user goes about their day. Always On simply allows your app to stay in the foreground while the watch is in ambient mode. Think of it like this. Your user is in the grocery store and loads your app to get their shopping list. They see they need milk and head to the dairy aisle. After a few moments, the watch goes into ambient mode. Previously, your app would have closed and the watch face would take the foreground. However, now that you've implemented Always On, you get to continue displaying relevant information to the user. It's the best of both worlds. The user gets to continue using your app while also maintaining battery life. Before we dive into the API specifics, let's look at a few quick design considerations. The update frequency you choose can be the difference between a great experience and losing any power-saving value Always On has to offer. Although you can choose any frequency between, say, 10 and 60 seconds, the default is 60, and you should only change it if your app needs it to be useful. For example, a shopping app is fine at the default, whereas most fitness apps will want to update more frequently. Another important battery life consideration is how many pixels you light up and what color you use. More pixels means more power. You should use grayscale colors and keep around 95% of the screen black. This is especially important to prevent burn-in for OLED screens, but also signals to the user that they're actually in ambient mode and they'll need to wake up the watch before they can interact with it. It's also important to avoid presenting any buttons or other interactive elements when the watch is in ambient mode. Touching the screen will actually bring the user back to interactive mode. It won't trigger the button. One last thing. Consider the user's privacy when displaying data in ambient mode. For example, keeping a messaging app on the screen could be convenient for a user who is in an ongoing conversation, but displaying personal messages on the screen for an extended period of time might bother some users. Consider removing potentially private data after a short period of being in ambient mode, or refrain from showing sensitive data in ambient mode at all. Adding Always On to your app is simply a task of implementing a different view mode. Here are the 4 primary things you gotta do to set it up. You currently need API level 22 or higher, or level 20 and up if you plan to support backwards compatibility. Make sure you have these dependencies in your Gradle build file. Add the wearable shared library in the wearable app manifest, and add the wake lock permission to the handheld and wearable app manifests. That's it. Now you're ready to start coding. You'll want to create the Always On activity. It should extend wearable activity. In the onCreate method of this activity, call setAmbientEnabled. When the watch switches to ambient mode, the system calls the onEnterAmbient method. Override this method to update your UI to a more basic view. Don't move anything around. You'll want to keep the same layout, but you'll transform into a limited color palette, stop using anti-aliasing, and remove interactive controls such as buttons and so on. When the user taps the screen or brings up their wrist, the activity switches from ambient to interactive mode, and the system calls the onExitAmbient method. Here you can switch back to your full color interactive layout. While the activity is in ambient mode, the system will periodically call on update ambient. The default is once every minute, though you can create an alarm manager to update the screen more frequently. You might do this for a running app that displays the elapsed runtime or current pace. However, to realize the battery-saving benefits of ambient mode, avoid updating the screen more than once every 10 seconds. Take a look at the documentation for more details and sample code for building great always-on experiences. Remember, the user experience you build for Wear gets to take advantage of the power and flexibility of the Android platform, along with some special functionality just for the wearable experience. It's easy to get started and possible to create truly groundbreaking UI for your users, giving them an experience that they want when they want, whether that's in interactive mode or just a glance at the ambient screen. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I look forward to seeing your app always on.
Welcome.
Hi. 大家好.
I'm Rich. What's with Google Play to Mark?
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
My name's Tim Anderson, and I'm part of the Google Play for Education team.
Hi, I'm Bethany, a designer at Google.
One of the things we're trying to do over the next decade is to end repressive censorship.
What's my next appointment?
Today at 4 p.m. Android Automotive Monthly Update.
This is an incredible place with lots of great stuff being worked on every single day.
I'm going to incorporate one more element, so let's dive in.
The show featuring actionable startup advice.
Welcome to the lab.
Okay, guys, seriously. I think that's pretty awesome.
Build better apps.
Oh, come on! Really?
That's it for this time.
How are you guys doing? I'm Francesco, and I'm really excited to be here today with Tingmei and Subir from the Google Cloud Messaging team to introduce the new version of our platform. We launched GCM in 2012 to let you engage your users effectively and promptly notify them of important events. And all this while being thoughtful about battery life and network data traffic. And we made a long way since then. Since 2012, today, over 600,000 applications joined our platform. And every single second, we process over 1.1 million requests coming from you guys to deliver messages. And we help you reach out to a user base of over 1.5 billion devices. These numbers are pretty impressive. Let's look at them. 600,000 applications, 1.1 million QPS, 1.5 billion devices. You know what I'm going to. This year alone, we will be processing over 25 trillion messages from you guys. And as we receive this amount of growth, and we work really hard to keep the system scale, we're very focused and keep the system perform. Still today, to process a message that originates from one end of the world to the other end, we only take just about 50 milliseconds on average if the devices are online. And as we innovate in the space, we always keep an eye to make things simpler and more secure. Today, you will see a new, easy way to get started with GCM and a more powerful way to register with the service. But we always want to make things more useful, so you guys can concentrate on building great apps. And we do this by adding features and APIs and tools, for example, like GCM topics, that lets you address your users horizontally based on their topic of interest. And a diagnostic tool so you can finally check what happens to your messages, all of them, as they move across our system. And finally, we want to have GCM everywhere. So you can reach out to all of your users, wherever they are, whenever it's important, on whichever screen they're looking at, with one simple and powerful service. As of now, GCM is able to deliver your messages to websites and to your users on iOS. And the best part of this is that all that you will be seeing today, everything we are launching today, it comes for you at the very same price. Everything is still for free. Thank you. And I'm very happy to say that along the way, we partnered with some developers. And today, the National Public Radio, Wattpad, and Samba.me, they're already using our new features cross-platform successfully and effectively. And you'll see later on what I have to say about integrating with GCM. So now let's take a step back. What is the basic feature of GCM? Well, we allow your server to send a message to your application on a given device when you need to. So for example, if you're writing a food application and we want to notify our hungry user that pizza is on its way, then you can use GCM. And the way to do this is really simple. We only need two things from you. First, we need a message, which in our case is pizza. And second, we need the address, which application instance on what device you want to target. And if you've been using GCM so far, you know that this address is the registration ID. Well, today, we're going to introduce a more powerful way to identify your applications. So let me go ahead and introduce the instance ID, which in 3 words is identity for robots, so they can meet and greet and chat just like we humans love to do. In a nutshell, the instance ID is composed by 2 parts. The identity, which lets you pinpoint which application instance you're referring to. For example, our food application on my Nexus 6. And this identifier is stable across the lifetime of our application. So until I go ahead and I install the food app from my Nexus 6. You can think of this as the username of your robot. And the second part is a security token, which on the same example, it could be the password of your robot. And you can rotate this if you feel it's been stolen or compromised by simply deleting it and generating a new one. And the security token is what you want to use to send messages with GCM. And to do this is really simple. When our user installs the food application on the device, we auto-generate an instance ID for you. All you need to do now is to call instanceid.getToken. You specify as a scope GCM, and we give you back the security token. Now, since we are in the scope and the context of GCM, we're going to call this security token the registration token. And as you did before, you send it to your server, and now you have the address. Now you can send pizza to the security token. But you can do much more. Now you can query information about your application instance and the device it's running on. So for example, you can get the application name, which in Android is the Android package name, the bundle ID on iOS, origin on Chrome, and you can verify that the application you're targeting to is actually your own. The version of the application instance you're referring to. So you might want to know what version our food user is using. And some information about the device. When is the last time you've seen it online? What type of connection was it, Wi-Fi or mobile? And the attestation status. We are telling you if we believe the device your application instance is running on has been rooted or not. And you can make all sorts of decisions based on this information. You can read all about this and more and how to get started today on Instance ID as a standalone product or in conjunction with GCM on our newly designed developer website at developers.google.com/instance-id. And the best part of this is that it works the same way on Android, on Chrome, and on iOS. Since 2012, we've been reaching out to more and more devices. We first started with Android phones, tablets, Android wearables. Last year, we reached out to web applications on Chrome. And now, websites, when your users visit them on Chrome and iOS. And GCM works the same way across all these platforms. So let's look at the websites with Chrome. All you need to do here is to implement the web push APIs. A simple call with your JavaScript on your web page to subscribe will give you back the registration token we just have seen before. So now, when your server sends a message to that registration token, Chrome will display it, just in this example, on your browser. And this works on Windows, Mac, Linux, and Android. On the Android device, the notification will show up with all the other notifications in the tray of the mobile operating system. And when the user clicks on it, we open your web page on the Chrome browser on your mobile device. For iOS, it's as easy as 3 steps. You first connect to a PNS server, and you get an APNS token. And then you do exactly what you did before. Instance ID.getToken, scope is GCM. Now you add an optional parameter, which is the APNS token, and we give you back the registration token. You send it to your server, and I can do 3 things. Query information about your application instance, information about the iOS device, and now you can send the pizza message to your hungry iOS user. And on iOS, the way it works is really simple. If the application is in background, we rely on the APNS server to deliver our messages. But as soon as our user clicks on our pizza application and it gets to the foreground, we connect directly to GCM so you can use the full power of our service. And now you can use all our APIs also on your iOS users. For example, upstream messaging. You can pack 1,000 devices into one message request with message multicasting. And these devices can be a mix and match between iOS, Android, and Chrome. And you can stream messages through an XMPP connection using our cloud connection server. You can read all this, and we have a dedicated section on iOS on our website at developers.google.com/cloud-messaging. And I would like now to invite Subir on stage to talk in depth about features and APIs on our platform. Thank you.
Thanks, Francesco. It's great to see GCM expanding cross-platform. So we know that with device group messaging, GCM can reach multiple devices with the same group. But let's step back a little. We heard when you send a message to a single registration token, GCM delivers that message to that specific device. But to send the message to another device, you have to send another message for that device's registration token. This works well when you want to target individual devices. But what if you want to reach multiple devices with the same request? What if you want to manage your notifications around a group of devices? With device group messaging, GCM lets you group together multiple devices and reach them at the same time. Just like a registration token is used like an address for a single device, for device group, we have notification key. Let's take a look at how it works. Like in the usual GCM flow, your devices register with GCM. They then send the registrations to your application server. After this, your application server can make a call to GCM to manage a device group. You can choose to create a new device group or update an existing one by adding or removing registrations from it. GCM will send you back a notification key for these requests. Here's a sample JSON request on how you can create a new device group. You need to send us some registration tokens. The notification key name is the name that you choose to identify this device group. And the operation specifies if you want to create a new device group or if you want to add or remove registrations from an existing one. In the response, GCM will send you back a notification key. Your server should store this notification key in order to target this device group in the future. How do you send a message to a device group? Really simple. All you need to do is set the to-parameter of your request to this notification key. And the next time when you send a message to a device group, GCM will deliver it to all the devices in this group. You can have up to 20 devices in a single device group. A typical use case for device group messaging is to group together all the devices belonging to a single user. This way, your server can reach all the user's devices with a single request. It's pretty powerful. In addition to sending the message down to a device, your application can send the message upstream to a device group. And GCM will deliver it to all the other devices in this device group. You can use this to tell the other devices that a notification has been handled on one device, and then choose to dismiss it so that your user doesn't have to see the same notification on all of their devices. Enhances the experience. So with device group, we saw how you can group these devices and manage notifications with GCM. But what if you want to send the same update to a large number of devices? Users interested in common topics. You would still have to store their registration tokens and reach them individually, right? Well, not anymore. We're really happy to announce a brand new feature in GCM, topic messaging. With topic messaging, you can send the same update to a large number of devices. This API lets you create a topic of your choice, subscribe users to a topic, and then publish your update without having to track the individual subscribers. You can build a more personalized notification strategy around your users' interests. Let's take a look at how it works. You can subscribe your application to a topic. At any point, more devices can subscribe to the same topic. So earlier we saw the get token call to get a registration token. Once you have it, it's really simple to subscribe a device to a topic. It's one line of code. And that's it. Your users are now subscribed. Your server can now send updates to this topic. How do you do it? Simple again. You can set it in the to field of your request. It's the topic name that you chose while subscribing the user. And the next time your server sends an update to a topic, it reaches all the devices subscribed. Now let's think about an example. Let's go back to the food application that we discussed before. Let's say your users are interested in the awesome beer festivals here in San Francisco. They're nice. You can choose to subscribe them to the topic for beer festivals, and then send your important update to this topic. And GCM will then deliver it to all the devices subscribed to this topic. Now let's say one of your users decided to move away from San Francisco. Although we are sad to see them go, they probably are not interested in these festivals anymore. So you can choose to unsubscribe them. It's one line of code to unsubscribe a device from a topic subscription. And the next time you send another important beer update, it will reach the devices that are still subscribed to this topic. Topic messaging is available today, and we are launching with 1 million topic subscriptions. We will be adding more features to topic messaging, so stay tuned. We saw how with device groups and topic messaging, you can group your devices and manage notifications around them. Really happy to announce that both these features are available with GCM on Android, Chrome, and iOS. There is no need for you to keep track of individual device types when you publish your notifications. I hope you are excited about these features and would try them out. And now let me invite Ting Mei on stage to talk about some of the GCM tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabir. Hi, I'm Ting Mei, Product Manager for Google Cloud Messaging. From Francesco and Sabir, there are some really, really exciting features that we are launching here today. I hope you guys are all ready to start coding. Before that, let's see what we are also launching beyond APIs. So question first, who here are using GCM and ever wonder what happened to the statuses of the messages you're sending? Anyone? It has to be more than that. All right, so good news. Today, we are launching a tool that allows you to figure out what happened. It's a diagnostic tool on Google Play Developer Console so that you can start debugging messages sending to Android, Chrome, and iOS devices. And it's really simple. All you have to do is either enter a registration token, which has been introduced earlier as the application's instance identity, or a message ID, which is the identity that GCM returns to you when you send a message. Now, let's take a look at a demo. What you're looking at here is the Google Play Developer Console for an application that we have developed for this particular presentation. You could click on GCM Diagnostics on the left-hand side, where the cursor is right now, to start your debugging process. Let's see what happens if we enter a registration token. This very, very long string is the registration token for my device, for this particular application. When you enter a registration token to the tool, what you'll be able to find out is all the messages that has been sent recently to the device. you will be able to find out when the message that GCM received it by looking at the accepted time on the left-hand side, or as well as the message statuses of all these messages. So here we are seeing quite a few messages that have been collapsed, and then a message that has been acknowledged by the device. So being able to look at all the messages from a particular device is great. But what happens if you just want to figure out what happened to one particular message? Again, really simple. You could either enter the message ID into the input box, replacing the registration token, or if the message ID is already in the list, you could simply click on them. Let's take a closer look on one of these examples. Let's say the first one. Apparently, the device has acknowledged that it has received the message. Let's find out if we can find out anything interesting about this particular message. So when you input a message ID into the tool, what you'll be able to find out is the status as well as when the status has changed for that particular message. In this particular case, let's see what we have. Apparently, this message was delivered to GCM when my device was not connected. But as soon as my device was connected, guess what? GCM sent the message, and my device acknowledged to GCM that, yes, the message has been received. So these are some pretty interesting insights, and now you will have that at your disposal to figure out what happened. Let's take a look at another example. There are quite a few of these messages with the status collapsed. So as a reminder, a collapsed message is a message that has been replaced by a newer message that is sharing the same collapse key. They are really useful, and one of the examples is, for example, when you want to send a sync message to your application so that the application can go to the server and fetch the latest information. Let's take a look at this third message that has been collapsed. Again, similar to the other message, we find out that this message was delivered when my device was disconnected, and then it got replaced by another message. So what I really like about this tool is that when it comes to collapsed message, instead of just knowing what happened to that particular message and when it happens, it's also able to tell you what happened after the message has been replaced. It will tell you what message replaced it, as well as what is the most current status of the message that shared the same collapse key. So if I scroll down a little bit, what we have here is the first row show you the message that we are looking at right now. No surprise there, it has been collapsed. It was indeed collapsed by the second message, which, again, was collapsed by the third message. But the good thing is, as you can see, the third message was actually delivered and acknowledged by my device. So we think this tool is going to be really, really useful for developers to debug. And we are making it available today for all of you so that you can start debugging messages sending to Android, iOS, and Chrome devices. You can send or look up to 30 message ID or one registration token at a time. The best of all this is that the data will be available to you within minutes after you send a message. Earlier, we have announced that we are launching GCM on iOS, and I assume that there are audiences here that have yet to use GCM. So in addition to launching a new diagnostic tool, we are also streamlining our onboarding process. The goal here is that developers can set up GCM within minutes so that you can proceed onto the fun part of coding as soon as possible. And for those who are keen on using GCM for iOS, this is also where you'll be able to upload your APNS certificates, both production and development, so that GCM can send the message on your behalf to iOS devices. So starting today, you can go to developers.google.com/cloud-messaging and start using GCM. We have described a lot of features today, and let's have a quick recap. Cross-platform, allowing developers to develop once and be able to send messages to users on Android, iOS, and Chrome. Topic messaging, an easy way for a developer to send personalized messages to your end user, improving the end user's notification experience, which in turn improve your re-engagement metrics. Diagnostic tools, making it super easy for developers to debug. Last, as we mentioned earlier, we are very happy that we are launching GCM and all the new features with a few developers. And we would love to share with you what they have to say about their experience with GCM. From NPR1, they are using topics on iOS and Android, and the integration has been really simple for them. Watchpad, leveraging the power of topics, they were able to send timely reminder to their users. Samba.me, with iOS, they were able to focus their engineering resource and build products that is best fit for their users. We hope you will be the next partners that will start using the features that we are launching today. Last but not least, you have heard about the new website that we are launching today as well. developers.google.com/cloud-messaging with refreshed content and sample codes for both existing and new features. There is also a send feedback link at the upper right corner of the website. We want to be able to continue to develop features that best fit your product need. So please do leave us a feedback. Tell us what your notification experience could be made better. Thank you very much. I hope you are as excited as we are about all the features that we are launching today. And I'm going to invite Francesco and Subir back on stage and open up the floor for questions. Yes. Oh, the other person. Or
Sure.
So I think it was last year that you guys announced that GCM worked bidirectionally, that a device could get a message to a server through that way as well. Now, I haven't heard anything about it in the last year, but I think something was said just now that confirmed it exists. Can you confirm it?
So last year we actually took it out of beta and it was launched, and it's still there. It's called Cloud Connection Server. Francesco hinted on it in his talk. It's still there. You can send messages bidirectional.
Awesome, thanks.
So for those of us that already are using APN for our iOS devices, can you talk a little bit more about what that transition looks like? Do I just upload a couple million tokens to you guys and then switch our server over, and then you'll just take care of it as we upgrade our application and add eventually a GCM SDK, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it's really simple. So you plug in the SDK from us, our GCM iOS SDK. This is actually the instance ID iOS SDK. In that SDK, you will pass the APNS token. And then once you get the registration token from us, the library will do that for you. You just put it in your server, and now you can use it just like use for Android. Right.
To clarify, I'm asking about the users that would not have yet updated. So will it have backwards compatibility for versions that on Apple that don't include the GCM SDK?
Well, what included your GCM SDK is your app, right? It's not the Apple device. So at some point, you will have two sets, like your old applications, and that you have to use the PNS in that case. And the new version of your application can be handled by GCM.
Got it. Hi. Is there any plan to have access for the status of the messages via API or something like that? Or just by the console?
Yeah, so right now we're going to have it via the Google Play Developer Console, but that's definitely something that we are looking into it, and we'll keep you posted.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. I'm just wondering how you're mapping the GTM payload to APNS and how that's like working on your side. Are you gonna be thinking about like, there's no way you're gonna like support image push, for example, on iOS via, I don't know, some widget or something like that.
Yeah, so we started really simple for now. We matched their payload type, so like 2 kilobytes, for example. As I mentioned before, your app in foreground will connect to GCM, but to make things simple for you right now, you don't have to think like, oh, it's foreground, it's background, what I'm gonna send. So we flattened to 2 kilobytes. We are hoping that they up their limits, but we are waiting for feedback for you guys. If we feel like it's a useful feature, then we can do tricks to actually build up more payload size and other features as well.
Cool. Just to be clear, we do support most of the common key values that Apple has, like badges and notifications. So take a look at our documentation.
Yes, the APIs are revamped to basically be a union of the systems, so you can take advantage of the full power of both. Right on.
Awesome, thank you.
Are you doing any work on providing service level guarantees on the timing it takes to actually deliver these notifications? And also on throttling in terms of the open rates of the quality of the notifications that get sent?
Yes, it's a very interesting, complicated space. Especially after we send the message and the device receives it, it's very dependent on the network. There are Wi-Fi's or network carriers, and depends geographically by these carriers. We are doing a lot of work in the space to make sure that the system is extremely reliable and performant, right? So what we can do server side, what I mentioned before, it's when we control the environment, then we have pretty effective. But yes, we are reaching out to partners and carriers and to make sure that even the last mile is actually pretty good.
The second follow-up question was, are you doing anything on throttling misbehaving applications?
Can you repeat throttling?
Throttling of misbehaving applications that send too many notifications that don't have high open rates.
Yes, as you know, like we are always focused on make sure that battery life it's one of our main things, right? And spamming of messages on devices is one of our main focus to make sure that we don't DOS the device itself. So we do a lot of improvements in the area.
Hi, you mentioned that iOS clients, when they're in the background, will continue to get APNS. What does that mean in terms of latency? Do the messages get sent from GCMs through APNS then to the clients?
Yeah, so when your app is in background, we can't really keep an open connection, right? So we have to rely on the APNS server and whatever APNS does. We do some improvements so that when your app connects and if you figure out that some messages weren't delivered, then we will do that for you. But as long as your app is in background, then it works as well as APNS works.
Since the devices acknowledge when they receive the notifications, they acknowledge it to the GCM server, yes? Are there any plans to create hooks to allow us know that it's been received?
Good question, and we actually have a feature for this. If you use CCS to get a message from the device, you can actually set that you want to know about the receipt of the message. We call it delivery receipts. And in the request, when you send the message, you can signal to us that you would like to hear back a receipt for this message, and you can get the receipts.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Cool. If there are no more questions, we have a sandbox section tomorrow, as along with a couple of Q&As, and we will be around to take offline questions as well. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, what's up? It's Rob Dodson. Today on Polycast, I'm going to show you a very important technique for writing reusable elements. Plus, I've got a boatload of Polymer goodies to give away, but you're going to have to stick around till the end of the episode to figure out how to get your hands on those. So, first things first, let's talk reusable components. All right, what I'm going to talk about today is a very important technique that applies to both Polymer 08 and 05. It's one of those things that I see most beginners get wrong because, frankly, it's just really confusing. So let me give you a scenario. Let's say we have a folder structure. We're creating an element that we want to share with some folks, and this is the look of our project so far. So we've got tinybadge.html. This is the tag that we're going to create. And then inside of here, we've got our Bower components directory, and inside of there, we've got polymer.html. Now, if I open the definition for tinybadge.html, you'll see up here at the top, the first thing I'm doing is I am importing Polymer HTML, and I'm importing it from that Bower components directory. So I'm basically hard coding the path Bower components in my elements definition. Let's say I'm happy with the look of tinybadge. I want to share it with the world, so I publish it to the Bower registry. I tell everyone how cool it is, and all my friends go and install it. Let's look at what their project looks like. Okay, my buddy installed tinybadge. It ends up inside of his Bower components directory. So now they've got Polymer and tinybadge as siblings in their Bower components directory. But wait a sec. If I open the definition for tinybadge HTML, you'll recall that I've got this hard-coded Bower components path in here. So this element is expecting a sibling Bower components directory. It's expecting something to exist like right at this level. But it doesn't, right? We're inside of our friend's Bower components directory because they installed our components. So this path right here is going to give us a big fat 404. And our friend is going to be like super bummed out. Now, we can change this. We can totally fix this. We can just change this path to a relative path. And we sometimes refer to this as using the canonical path. The idea here is that if you're using a front-end package manager, all of your packages are going to be siblings. And so if you just use a ... / relative path, you're basically saying, hey, I'm referring to something that is in one of my sibling directories. So that's why we call it canonical, because you're always sort of sibling to your dependencies. But hold on a second. Let's rewind a bit. This is our original project structure. This is how we were developing our component. And the whole reason why we had this hard-coded Bower components path was because we needed to be able to preview this thing while we worked on it. If we change this to a canonical path here, then we can't preview our element. So now we're in this really crappy dilemma of either being able to preview our component as we're working on it, or being able to actually share it with people once it's finished. And this is really not a great dilemma to have. So last year, we put together an article which explained a really clever directory structure plus Bower configuration hack you could use to develop and preview a shareable element. What I'm about to show you is a new tool created by a member of the Polymer team which removes a lot of this craziness and lets you develop your element in a very sane fashion. So let's check that out. So this is the element that we're going to be creating. Again, it's this sort of tinybadge element. You could imagine it's something you might toss inline into a project, like a list or something like that, to let someone know they've got some emails or some alerts piling up. The first thing I'm going to do is create a Bower JSON file. I'm going to give my element a name, and I'm going to include some dependencies. So I'm asking for web components.js and Polymer. Over in my terminal, I'm going to run Bower install to pull down all of those dependencies. The next thing I'm going to do is install a library called polyserve. So I'm using the npm command. I'm doing a global install to pull down polyserve. And what polyserve is basically a server that is going to let you write your element using canonical path URLs. It then intercepts those URLs and it serves them from your local Bower components directory. It was created by a member of the Polymer team to try and work around this dilemma of not being able to preview and share the same component. So I'm going to boot up the polyserve server, and you'll see here that it started on port 8080. And it's serving tinybadge from the path localhost 8080/components/tinybadge. Now over in my project, I'm going to create a tinybadge HTML file. The first thing I'm going to do is import the definition for Polymer. And you'll note that I'm going to use the canonical path when I do this. Then I'm going to give my tinybadge a DOM module with an ID that matches the name that I'm registering. I'm going to throw a content element inside of the template there. And lastly, I'm going to call the Polymer constructor and pass in the tinybadge name. I'm also going to include a style tag, and this is just to give my tinybadge a little bit of look and feel. You'll see that I'm using that host selector from the previous episodes, so that way I can target the element itself. Over in my demo HTML file, I'm going to start off by including a script tag for Web Components Lite.js. Then I'm going to include an HTML import for my tinybadge element definition. Lastly, I'm going to include a style tag, and I'm just going to kind of use a nicer font family on the page so the badge looks a little nicer. And then down in my body, I'm going to create a list, and inside this list, I will drop in a tiny badge element inline there so that we can kind of create like a fake inbox. Now, if I go over to Chrome and preview everything, you can see that I've got the tiny badge showing up. If you look at the URL that I'm using here, it's localhost 8080 components tiny badge demo HTML. And the nice thing is that I'm able to develop this component, I'm able to preview it, but I've written its dependencies using canonical path URLs. So this component is also ready to be published to the Bower registry. It's ready to be shared with the whole world. So there you have it. Developing Polymer elements just got way simpler. Now, normally this is the part where I sign off and I tell you to subscribe to the channel, but today I've got a very special announcement. We've got a whole bunch of just like killer Polymer swag that we want to give away to a few of you lucky viewers. So here is how this is going to work. You leave questions about Polymer down in the comments, and each time we shoot a new episode, I'm going to go back, pick some of the best questions to answer on air, and if your question gets picked, you get some swag. We got hoodies, stickers, toys, laptop skins, you name it. If you want an autographed photo of me with a corgi or a walrus, we can do that. So get your thinking caps on, drop me a line in the comments. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hey Polycasters, Rob here, letting you know I've got a brand new show called Lazy Web. It's all the highlights from last week's news on the web bundled up for your viewing pleasure. You can follow this link over here to check it out. Be sure to subscribe, let us know what you think on the Twitters, and as always, thanks for watching.
Ubiquitous computing, or the Internet of Things, is all about having technology wherever and whenever that you might want or need it. And that's so that we as users can focus more on what we're doing and less on how to start doing it. That could be anywhere. It could be on your wrist, in the living room, in your car, anywhere and everywhere that makes sense.
For developers, this means thinking less about developing an app and more about solving a user's problem, whatever they happen to be doing.
Now the trick here is that there's new paradigms for all of this. It's not just about sitting down at a desk with a keyboard anymore. How can we use speech, gestures, context, and glanceable UIs to make an effortless experience for the user, whomever they happen to be?
It used to be that you needed to build your own hardware, libraries, and infrastructure to build these kinds of experiences for your users. But now, the Google platform provides a ton of functionality so that you can build these experiences without having to reinvent the wheel.
In our Dev Bites, blog posts, communities, and design sprints, we're addressing these key issues so that you have all the tools that you need to navigate this space and get the most out of your integration with the Google platform.
So look for more videos on Android Wear, Google Cast, Android TV, Android Auto, and more on the Google Developers YouTube channel. Great experiences on Android TV are casual, cinematic, and simple.
In a cinematic app, the interface should fade away, putting content front and center.
Hi, I'm Natalie Villalobos, and here at Google, I have the extreme honor of working with incredible women in the technology industry. And today, I have Macy Kwong visiting the Coffee with a Googler stage. Welcome, Macy.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me.
So I'm really excited to talk to you today about what you're working on. Can you give our audience a little peek into some of the projects that you have going on?
So I have done a lot of things majorly in games. I'm the GDE for wearables, so I have done a lot of apps for glass and for wear. Right now, I'm working on VR games for Google Cardboard. So the game concept is you're in a dungeon and try to find enemies nearby you by the audio. So they're come invisible, but you have to look around and hide and seek and find them.
How do you get rid of them?
You have to pretty much kill them. That's better violence, but
cool. And I guess stepping back, how did you even get into creating that project? Like, how did you get into the technology industry?
I have been always interested in technology. I used the computer when I was age of 3 because my mom, she got her hands on computer really early on, but then she kind of stopped letting me using it when I became a teenager because where I grew up from, computer was considered as a really bad thing. But maybe that's why it made me want to use
You would do
computer
more.
more,
Yeah.
because it was like being forbidden and stuff. So after I came to North America, I started learn how to use computers. And I took a class in programming. It was really overwhelming. I really loved it. I have art background. I can draw. With the add-on of programming skills, actually can combine like good-looking things and technology together, make them become some sort of useful tools.
Yeah, something beautiful,
Yeah.
design and develop. And then,
Exactly.
so that app that you were talking about for Cardboard,
Yes.
can we get it in the Play Store yet?
Not yet. It's in beta testing. Actually, I sent an open invite to all my Google Plus friends, and we have around 20 people in my beta testing group. Once it's ready, and everyone can have it.
Nice. I'm excited for it.
Thank you.
So you mentioned an acronym. You said GDE.
Yes.
What does GDE stand for?
So GDE is the Google Developer Expert Program. I'm honored to be nominated by one of the local GDG organizers. And I had ran a couple of events related to Google Glass at that time, and I was being selected.
Super
Yeah,
cool.
thank you.
And so, what do you do as a GDE? Like, so you're doing these cool projects with Cardboard. I think you'd also mentioned earlier that you do some workshops, like some technology workshops. So
Yes.
you're also a teacher.
Yes, I really like technology, and I would like to share my experiences, and also, if I can, I would like to educate as many people as I can. As a GDE, we don't really have a restricted curriculum. It was more like an endorsement from Google. However, I think being a wearable GDE is really, really exciting because our group is very small, so we actually are able to have Google Hangout every month with the Google X team. So for example, we speak with Timothy Jordan pretty much every month, and we are always ready when something new is coming up. So it's kind of fulfilling my, eager, and also just it's really good to know the people who are working behind them.
Yeah, that's really cool access. So, you and I met a couple of years ago.
Right.
I think probably over Google Hangout.
Right.
And at the time we were talking about how we can increase the visibility of women in technology. Especially, there's so many women out there that I think want to be in the industry and are also already in the industry. And so you created a YouTube show. I mean, it's a channel, but you also have a regular show.
Yeah.
Can you tell us more about that?
So thank you a lot for inviting me to that program. I had an idea of running a YouTube channel for the longest time, but no one really encouraged me to go forward with it. So at that time, I think it was you emailed me saying we are doing like a program to encourage women have more visibility on YouTube. I was like, wow, that's exactly what I wanted to do. And since we have a community of other women who are making the similar content, I feel like I'm not alone. I'm not the only one who are fighting for it. And I created my first video, and I got so much support from the community. At first, it was just women, and eventually everyone, guys, girls, and all over the world, people are watching my videos. Just doing I.O., there are people from Brazil, they came to me, say, because there are students watching my videos somehow. And yeah, I'm very proud of what I have done, and really thanks for the Woman Tech Maker. Yeah.
And so, tell us, what is your show called? Because I know that the audience is really stoked. I'm sure they want to watch it.
Yeah, so my show is called Code to Create. So coding to create things.
Awesome.
Yes.
And I guess it's like that blend again of your art background with your
Yes.
development background.
Yes. So I'm trying to cover things that's difficult for me. My goal is try to create a video Stack Overflow. So things that's things that's really hard, but hard to explain in a text format. So I try to bring them into a video format that is easier for people to consume and understand. Especially for developers, we have so many buttons and things that you should click. It's very hard to explain over just images and text.
And so, you're a Google Developer Expert. You're creating really awesome applications for Cardboard, for wearables. It's awesome. Tell me, what do you think is the future of wearable technology?
Actually, I think it can end up in a lot of ways. It's really hard to predict, but I think there are two major trends. One is all the wearables become less visible, so it will just look really normal on us, and glasses gonna look just like regular glasses, clothes just look like regular clothes, but with some chips in it. I think another trend is people just gonna get used to it. Like they know you're wearing something, but everybody's wearing it, and they will accepting it as like everybody carry their phone around. I think that's just something people possibly gonna get used to it. So I think the final decision has to be made by everybody. It's not just the people who are creating the tech, but also the people who are using them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for spending so much time here. Thank you so much for coming to I/O. You are an industry leader, and I'm so thankful you joined us on the show. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Compressor head is a movement. It's a show about the movement. Well, no, it's the data compression revolution. The magic of compression. Ow! Dude. You know, people are writing apps, everyone's so busy to write like the next big thing that they forget about this very simple concept of data compression.
Yeah, man, let's do it!
Go! And how important it is to get data to people as fast as possible.
Yeah!
Finish strong, finish strong! Oh! It's something that I wanted to rekindle, a love for this sort of lost computer science art.
There's a funny story about that.
You need to tell them. Tell them.
Okay, next 5 billion users in the world are going to have limited bandwidth.
People need to be aware of how they're using their data.
You can't get this information anywhere else.
We try to make it super fun to learn something super boring. And we tackle some pretty complex topics.
Take entropy, for example.
And you know what? Compressor head's just fun. Every talk I give publicly, every conference I go to, I've had someone stop me. And they've said, thank you for making Compressor Head. Something about the way you described it, it just picked up with me. Thank you for Compressor Head. Like, that's humbling. I mean, it's just humbling. We just had to do it again. I mean, that's why we do these things, is for developers out there.
You're looking at the inner workings of science here, folks.
There's other surprises that we can't necessarily go into here.
Sure, that's true.
Because it's a family show.
My name is Colt McCandless, and this is Compressor Head.
product management, and I lead up our mobile display ads teams. We thought that we would spend some time today talking with all of you about what we're seeing in the mobile app space in terms of monetization, how people are building not just small businesses, but truly global businesses on the backs of mobile apps, the trends that we're seeing, the techniques that people are using, and importantly, some of the tools that we're building to make this easier for all of you. We're going to look at this in 3 specific areas. First, this concept of smarter monetization, how you can take advantage of data and tools that exist today, both manual and automatic, to build really innovative business models on the backs of mobile apps. Second, the tools that you need to scale your businesses. Many app developers start with a couple of folks in their garage, and before they know it, they've created a multi-million-dollar business. You want to make sure that the tools that you adopt into your app are tools that will help you to scale from small businesses to multi-billion-dollar ones. And 3, simplicity. Because most importantly, you guys are app developers. You want to spend your time thinking about the apps that you're building, making those better, creating really rich, engaging experiences. And the last thing that you want to worry about is letting monetization or business models get in the way. Now, I've had an incredible opportunity working with AdMob, my team, and my partners for the better part of the last 3 or 4 years. And without a doubt, one of the best experiences that I get is to travel this wonderful globe and to meet app developers in all reaches of the world. I get to meet app developers right here in my hometown of San Francisco. I get to meet amazing developers in places like Japan and Tokyo, in London, as well as in places like Vietnam. And it's stunning because these stories are the same over and over again. You find bright, young, entrepreneurial folks who know that they can change the world with some software and a mobile application. And we understand that the barriers of the world, these country borders, are fading away as people in the furthest reaches of Earth are building businesses that are touching us all around the world. So we thought we would start with just 2 examples to give you a feel for how folks are turning mobile apps into truly global businesses. The first is a story of our friend Mehmet. He's the co-founder and CEO of Graham Games. Mehmet grew up in Turkey in a small village called Gulnar. He dropped out of college, but he always had a passion for engineering, for software development, and for coding. And so he taught himself to program. Mehmet was a little bit ambitious, and within 3 weeks, he was trying to figure out how to write AI for chess games. He worked for a variety of different companies as a developer, but he had this itch for his passion, which was gaming. And so he co-founded a company, Graham Games, in 2012. It wasn't easy at first. You can see how they operated when they first got started. About 5 of them working out of their apartments, as you kind of have to do. And they were working really hard to try to develop a hit. They kept building app after app after app, but nothing was sticking. And then all of a sudden, in 2014, the winds changed for them, and they developed a truly massive hit. I hope some of you in the audience, raise your hand, come on, who's played 10-10 Puzzle? I certainly have. Yeah, see, there we go. And you see how quickly this stuff spreads. Before long, they had 5 million users playing this game. And they realized, now we have an opportunity to build a business. So they employed in-app purchases, trying to get users to pay to play more of the game that they loved. But with 5 million users and with not a high percentage of users willing to pay, they really struggled to create a business off of in-app purchase. Late in 2014, they started researching mobile app advertising systems, and they came upon AdMob. Mehmet liked AdMob because it had a high fill rate, strong CPMs, which meant it was going to deliver him revenue without a lot of complexity. So in the back half of 2014, they implemented AdMob, and before they knew it, they were generating $5,000 a day in earnings, which grew their business 7-fold. They took use of mobile, they utilized mobile ads in a fairly simple way, leveraging banner ads for in-game play, and then interstitials in between the levels. And thanks to AdMob, they were able to move from their apartment to new offices. They grew from 5 employees to 20, and they've now scaled. They have 20 million users worldwide. You can see an example of you can see their team behind me here. You can see their new offices, and they're one of the fastest growing startups in all of Turkey. And the thing that really impresses me is that they have such a passion about this space that they now run their own accelerator program to help other indie game developers get off the ground. Our next example comes from Backflip Studios. Julian is the co-founder and CEO there, and they have one of the oldest and most favorite of mobile app games. And we're going to show you an example of that right now. Can you play the video?
I feel like I am living out my 12-year-old dream, which is to have created an interesting gaming company, and we get to create product that people care about and that, you know, resonates from an emotional standpoint with a very broad range of folks. Backflip Studios started about 6 years ago with a small group of people, and we went to market quickly. We started it with the idea that mobile was going to change sort of the landscape and ecosystem of gaming. So we created all these free, engaging, casual games, and we had this huge audience, but at the time, we weren't really sure how we were going to monetize it and how we were going to create a sort of a sustainable gaming company out of that.
When you're creating a mobile business, you have to focus on the stability, and you have to be able to scale that operation. Without Google, we would have to work with about 20 different partners to be able to accomplish what we do today.
We use the Android platform in addition to App Engine, and we've really seen our sort of live products be able to scale with the server infrastructure and back-end infrastructure of App Engine.
We then monetize those games with in-app purchases, virtual goods, as well as advertising revenue. And we use DFP to run our internal ad network, and then we monetize using AdMob.
In order to do that, we have to acquire users at a very low cost and at a very large scale.
So we know that 90 to 95% of our users are not going to spend within the game. Google allows us to segment our users in order to maximize the value we can get from folks who are spending in the game, as well as advertising revenue from folks who are not spending in the game. On the Engage side, we have Google Cloud Storage to scale our game as it grows. We post our game in the Google Play Store.
Being able to target users based off of demographics, spend behavior, makes it so we have a better relationship with the customers we're trying to reach. And AdWords is the first platform that we have used that allows us to target directly customers who are guaranteed to have made a purchase.
The idea that Google has a number of different tools that we can leverage, it's allowed us to sort of manage a portfolio of varying products with different revenue models on each.
Google's product roadmap is really impressive, and it's really become the Swiss Army knife for us in terms of monetization, and we're excited to see what else they're going to come out with.
My team and I thought that that was a fantastic summary of how Google is really pulling together all of the assets, all of the tools that we've been providing to app developers for the better part of the last 5 years or so, and really getting them stitched together under a single umbrella so that app developers know that we truly provide a full suite from development through monetization to things like cloud storage, compute, etc. So we know that lots of developers, like the 2 that we've seen here today, are taking advantage of Google solutions to help them grow their businesses. Our solutions and the solutions that we're building, we hope to empower all of you to grow app businesses just as quickly, just as scaled around the world. When we talk about scale, I think it's absolutely important to understand that yes, we're Google, and yes, this is a Google I/O conference, but we're here to serve app developers regardless of the platform that they choose to operate on. AdMob has been committed to cross-platform on both iOS and Android long before Google purchased AdMob. This was the case, and it continues through to today. Over the last 12 months, we have seen equal growth on the iOS and Android platforms in terms of the number of developers that are adopting our products. And if you want to hear about scale, we've grown to a very significant scale in terms of the number of apps that we now serve, over 650,000. And in terms of the ad requests that we see every month, that number is now 200 billion ad requests a month. And you think a little bit about this, we are seeing the growth of the mobile ads ecosystem, the mobile ads in-app ecosystem at Google directly. But that is growth that we expect, and folks outside of Google expect to continue for the foreseeable future, at least. In fact, the predictions suggest that mobile in-app ads are set to grow threefold in roughly the next 3 years. And important to understand, because I know many folks think that mobile ads in apps make up a small slice of the revenue, most coming from in-app purchase. That is no longer the case, and you'll see why in a second. But in many of the major markets, mobile ads now represent 50% or more of the total app revenue that our app developers are earning. So I think the question is, what's driving this? What's driving this continued increase in mobile ads? And if we look at it, we believe that there's really three distinct trends. First, as always, is users. And users vote with their clicks, as they're doing here. 90% of all apps that are downloaded today are free. And you can see the phenomenal growth, there it is, you can see the phenomenal growth that we've had in app downloads over the years and the projections moving forward. But also recognize that that little darker bar at the top, that's it for the paid apps. More and more users know that they can download and engage and play truly phenomenal apps for free, and they're voting with their fingers. So that's trend number one. Trend number two, in-app purchase works, and it works great for those that know how to really optimize it and tune it. It's absolutely phenomenal, but damn it, you better do a good job of tuning it, because only 1.5% of users, of mobile gamers, spend in apps. So you've got to find that right audience if in-app purchase is the only way you're going to monetize. And even more complicated, in-app purchase tendencies vary a lot per region. So while that business model might do well for you in Korea or Japan, for example, you might struggle as users don't end up paying as much in the US or the UK. The third trend that we really think is transforming mobile ads is much, much better user experiences. We highlight three here. The first is native advertising. So because we're bringing ads into these experiences that feel like the experiences that users are in, it's much less jarring. And I think the word native is perfect. This is the way folks see it. They see it as native to the environment that they're in. The second is we're starting to see the transformation that we've been expecting with rich media ads, full screen, interstitial, we call them lightbox ads at Google. The uptake here has been very significant. These are much easier to create than in years past. They provide rich interaction. They allow users to actually interact with the products that they're considering purchasing. And the last has been video. Video has transformed mobile overall, and the advertising space is no exception. So publishers are able to earn a lot more money with these types of formats. And with Google, you can leverage TrueView ads, which put the user in control, so that the user has the choice to skip the ad if it's not relevant to her desires. Ultimately, all of this momentum is leading to a very, very significant market. Most projections estimate the mobile app advertising market to be north of $50 billion. This suggests $60 billion by 2017. $60 billion is an awful lot of money, and it's one of the things, in at least my experiences, that is pushing more and more folks to want to become app developers. You want your own opportunity to get a slice of this pie. But you're going to have to think carefully, because the competition is increasing, and the business models are getting more complex. And if you just choose simple business models like in-app purchase or advertising, chances are you're going to come up short, and you're not going to be able to compete against some of the other folks who are out there. And we believe that until now, developers have not had the right tools to really embrace the the opportunity that's out there to create these new business models. And that's what we've been so hard at work at Google and at AdMob building for the last 18 months or so. Solving monetization on apps is a passion that doesn't just consume me, but consumes my team on a daily basis. That's why we're so excited about some of the announcements we have today. So what should the strategy be for your app? How can you do it better? And why is it important to get it right now? Well, the competition is growing, as I mentioned. In 2014 alone, 1 million new apps were created and uploaded to the stores. There's almost 6 million developers now worldwide, with 1.5 million developers in North America alone. And this number will also grow. As the democratization of software development, coding, and distribution continues to blanket the world, we expect 8 million developers by the year 2017. All of this means more competition for all of you as app developers, for the eyeballs, the mind share, and ultimately the monetization of your users. So we're here to give you some tips, some thoughts that we have about what's going to help all of you break out from the rest of the competition. Here's 3. First, we believe you need to realize the full value of each user. Not all users will interact with in-app purchases. Not all are going to interact with ads. And that's what we're demonstrating here. We have a set of users who are likely to spend in an app purchase, but a separate set of users who are likely to click on ads, and a third set who maybe aren't going to engage with either one of those, but who will happily spread the good word of how well your app works or how awesome your game is on social media. You should probably, and the sophisticated developers in the audience are nodding because you get it, you should probably be dealing with these users differently and be building hybridized business models that take all of them into account. The second tip we'd have, and I've been talking about this for the last 3 years easily, please use a mobile apps analytics package. Google Analytics works great. We're going to talk more about that in a second. The Google Analytics team has been really working hard to build the best mobile apps analytics package. We'd love for you to use them. But for you guys and for your own business's sake, make sure you use some analytics package. Because even though we've been out espousing how important this is, and when you do, you get the nods from everybody that you talk to, look at this stat. I'm sorry for the language, but I don't know what the hell the other 79% of the app developers are doing. Like, you're not able to understand what the hell's going on inside your app. But it's not sufficient just to use analytics. Mike Schipper, my good friend who helps me with these slides, he and I created this visualization. We love it because we're of the age that we grew up with Hobbit and Lord of the Rings and all of that long before the movies. And if you remember The Hobbit, you remember Bilbo Baggins and the cast of characters climbing to the mountain, to the lonely mountain, because the dragon Smaug had come in, knocked out all the dwarves, and sat perched on top of the dwarves' treasure hold. Mike and I thought that this was almost comical. Like, what the hell is a dragon going to do with all of this gold? It's the same thing with the data. You can't just have a data analytics package and let it sit there. You are sitting on a veritable treasure trove of information, and we implore you to take action on the data that you've been acquiring. The third suggestion we have is to truly maximize your ad yield. You have so many opportunities for monetization, so many different avenues that you can bring ads and different ad formats in. Make sure you're looking as holistically as possible. Use a yield management solution if you have one, and make sure that every impression is maximized to the most possible. What you see here, we just cut off the y-axis so we wouldn't share the actual CPM values. But these are relative CPMs on our network of TrueView versus interstitials versus banners. So you might say, okay, well, I'm just going to use TrueView all the time. But that may not work for all of your users, and you may not get a 100% fill rate on TrueView. So think about the other ad formats that you can mix in as well. Because ultimately, different formats will bring a richer experience to your app and help you earn more. Talking about interstitials specifically, we've been out really evangelizing how great interstitials are, both, well, from an advertiser perspective, absolutely, from a publisher perspective, because you can earn more money, and from a user perspective, because believe it or not, interstitials end up being a little less disruptive. Most app developers are able to swap out about 5 banner ads for a single interstitial, and you're able to more carefully place those into the flow of the game, simulating the kinds of things that users are used to, like TV commercials. And when our app developers make use of interstitials, they don't use it all the time, but those who do use some interstitials see on average 20% more revenue than those app developers who don't. Speaking of demand, speaking of different formats, when you're thinking about the networks that you're plugging into your monetization tool, this is something known as mediation typically, but you can always plug multiple third-party ad networks into just about any monetization tool for apps, including AdMob. These networks all perform differently. Mediation doesn't solve all these problems automatically for you. We're going to talk about some of the innovations that we're bringing. You need to keep an eye on how these various networks are performing, because network A might do better on Wednesdays in China, but network B might do better on Tuesdays in the US. And you want to make sure that you're optimizing these ad networks correctly so that you're maximizing your yield on every impression. So now I want to go a little deeper. I want to talk about what we're working on at AdMob, the features and the tools that we have built to help you take advantage of some of these tips and tricks that we just talked about. So as we said in the beginning, the principles that we're leveraging here and the principles that we're focused on are the same that we're driving into AdMob. First is to build a platform that truly enables smart monetization, where AdMob itself is a bit of an optimization engine with data and users fed in and us trying to figure out the right monetization opportunity for the right user at the right time. Second, make sure that you're employing tools to scale. So what are we doing at Google to really help you scale your business from a demand perspective? And last, how can we make this as easy as possible? So as I said, AdMob, the focus and the real theme of AdMob for the last 3 years now has been an audience-aware smart platform. The simplest way to think about this is that AdMob can take a set of inputs. In this case, it's monetization opportunities. It also takes as a set of inputs all of the data that it's seen about all of the users that you have and their behavior in-app. And churning through this engine, we can either put the power in your hands or we can do it automatically, and we can provide that right monetization opportunity to the right user at the right time. In this case, AdMob decided a video ad would probably monetize best. Let's look at another example where we take advantage of the IAP business model. So we have this feature in AdMob called in-app purchase house ads. And the idea here is these will help you promote your IAP items to those users who are actually going to purchase. And generally, when I talk to developers, these users are, they're precious. And what I hear is, whatever you do, make sure that you build the best ring fence you can around my purchasers. Don't ever show them an ad. Only show them in-app purchases. Sure, for everybody else, you can do whatever you want, but please don't muck with these purchasers. So this is what AdMob does automatically on your behalf. We're able to figure out who the buyers are. You heard Sundar on stage. We have incredible computer scientists, massive sets of machines, of computers, and some of the best machine learning systems in the world. We're employing these to help us predict those users that we believe are likely to be purchasers, both aggregately and inside your app. And we can wall those off for you, and we can make sure that those users that we think are bound to purchase in your app only see your IAP promotions. And for everybody else, we're happy to help you show them ads, the right ads at the right time that are going to monetize best for those users. This is one of these hybrid business models that we've talked about. You're no longer just doing IAP, you're no longer just doing ads, but now you're doing a hybrid of the two of them. And when we started running trials with some of our partners earlier this year, the results that we saw were quite stunning. This is an example that's going to walk you through one of those sets of results. This is with Lunasoft, who is a developer down in Korea. Now, these numbers aren't the exact numbers, but they were benchmarked against those numbers to represent the uplift that we saw. In the initial experiment, They ran for 6 days, and they just used their traditional IAP business model. They showed 145,000 impressions to all of their users. But remember, only a small slice of those users will actually engage with these purchases. So what that means is that your monetization rate in aggregate isn't that good, but they still netted with slightly north of $100. Their second go-through here, they took advantage of our IP house ads product. And what they saw is that we winnowed down those IAP offer walls to the 6,000 users that we expected to purchase. And as a result, they made just about $24 CPM on those users. And that's cool, but that's roughly the same rate that they made in the first case. What excites me, my team, and everybody I talk to about this is we have now freed up 139,000 impressions for folks who weren't going to engage in the first place, and we can do all kinds of other great things with this, like show them ads. And that's what Lunasoft did, and as a result, they made even more money from these hybridized business models while still protecting those in-app purchase users. Analytics has been the key to really enabling these kinds of use cases. And this is why AdMob and Google Analytics have been partnered at the hip for the better part, I don't know, Russ, the last probably 2.5, 3 years. It's one of the things that I'm proudest of is this really strong, tight connection that these two teams have built. And anybody out there who's using AdMob should understand that underneath AdMob is the full-fledged version of Google App Analytics. It's not just like a thin shim. You really get this package with both of them fully integrated, which enables things like custom audience targeting. Because once you have app data flowing through AdMob, we can open up a whole slew of new opportunities. You can take action on your own data based on your own insights and the things that you know. And this begins with a new tool that we call Audience Builder, which enables you to segment users based on their behavior. For example, the one that I have behind me segments between those casual users and those highly engaged users. Because often, we see that app developers want to do different things for these different types of users. Another great example that I hear is for users who are brand new to an app, maybe for the first week or 2 weeks, let's cut back on monetization. We can ratchet it up a little bit after they've gotten fully engaged with the game, right? All of these things are the kinds of things that are possible with Audience Builder. Play the video here for me, if you would. And this is walking you through a demo of how this works inside AdMob. So you're going to see that we select our app. We've already segmented our audience. And now we can target what to do with those two segments. So your casual non-purchaser is seeing ads at the top. And your more engaged user in a second will see an in-app purchase in just a few minutes. All of this is automatic. All of this can happen thanks to the data that you're pulling in, the segmentations that you're using, and truly the opportunities here are unlimited. We're really excited to see what you guys are going to do with these tools in your hand. So showing the right ad at the right time is an important part of running one of these smart businesses. And I mentioned mediation earlier. I want to talk a little bit more about that now. We've really invested in our mediation product over the last year, because we know that it is absolutely critical to you that regardless of where you're based and where your users are, that you can get the best ads and the best demand possible. So today we mediate lots of different types of ads, from banners to videos to interstitials, and we're working hard to bring rewards-based mediation to the AdMob platform in the back half of this year. Over the last year, we have introduced 15 more networks to the AdMob mediation product, bringing us now to 40 networks overall in 2015. And you saw this at I/O. Our most recent and most exciting announcement is bringing Tencent's network, Tencent GDT, to the AdMob platform to help all of our partners in China monetize even better. So I want to talk a little bit more about mediation. And I think most of you know that mediation is not the world's most optimal ad product. You know, ultimately moving to a single auction, things like advertising exchanges and real-time bidding have actually pooled all of this demand together to run a single auction. That's not how mediation works Mediation actually brings me back to something like 1997 with all of these callbacks, right? We're going to try ad network 1. If that doesn't work, well, we'll try network 2. If that doesn't work, eventually I will find an ad. The challenge is, if you don't stack those networks correctly, and if you don't change the stack ranking based on locale and user and everything else, you're likely not optimized. And I don't mean change these networks once a day. I mean to really get it optimized, you're probably changing this whole stack rank once an hour. And that's simply impossible for any developer to do. So we've developed a technology called ad network optimization. It's available to all of our AdMob publishers. And what we do is that we analyze the performance of these networks over time so that we can predict for each impression which network will perform best given things like the region of the user, the time of day, the day of week. And we believe that with features like ad network optimization, we can optimize mediation as much as possible until the industry eventually shifts to things like ad exchanges and real-time bidding, sort of integrating that single auction. This is an example showing how we found that right slot. Lastly, I want to talk about how we scale. And at Google, we bring you truly global demand. Any AdMob customer has access to millions of advertisers through AdWords. You also have access to the DoubleClick Ad Exchange, which brings millions more ads in through 1,400 certified ad networks and over 400 DSPs. And all of these, as I was hinting at earlier, run in a single real-time auction. And that demand flows directly into AdMob. You can use it in the mediation or ad network optimization stacks that you saw behind me. I'm incredibly excited to announce that large partners around the world are understanding what we're building with AdMob and really latching on to the demand that we're able to provide with our extremely high fill rates. And as such, I couldn't be happier to announce that Eatermax and their hit game Trivia Crack has, as of June 1st, I think, going live exclusively with AdMob. It's an incredible positive proof point that the tools that we're building in AdMob work for all developers of all scale around the world. You know, one of the other pieces that most large developers ask us about is reservations or direct sales. As you grow up, some businesses end up having their own sales organization, and they want to be able to sell their own ads. And while it often doesn't make up the lion's share of revenue, it is a nice way to differentiate your brand. So our team is working incredibly hard to bring AdMob reservations to all of our AdMob publishers, some of whom are running a beta with us right now. We're going to enable you to run these campaigns delivered based on either clicks or impression goals, to pace the campaigns using some of Google and DoubleClick's world-class pacing and throttling technology, ultimately to empower all of your sales teams. We've got more to announce on this later this year. We're really, really excited about how this is shaping up. Google Web Designer is a fantastic tool that we brought into the display family about 3 years ago. This is an incredible team who's worked on things like Macromedia Flash in the past, and they have brought a fully featured WYSIWYG HTML5 rich media editing tool to the desktop that connects beautifully into AdMob as well as our DoubleClick products. And what you see here is an example of how folks have used Google Web Designer to create a rich media HTML5 app install ad, and one that could be served directly from Google's reservation system. The last thing that we're going to talk about is simplicity. Integration becomes absolutely critical, and our launch of native ads has been incredibly successful with many many publishers and app developers adopting this already. In fact, you see a great example behind me. Our friends at Atari are utilizing AdMob and Roller Coaster Tycoon 4, and they're showing off these native ads there. Native ads are great for developers with the sophistication to take in these various bundles of assets and lay them out in ways that make sense for their apps. It truly makes these ads experiences native and flow, or integrative, native and flow within the rest of the app. But it is a fair amount of work. And this is what we're starting to hear from some of you as we're rolling this out. And so we've been thinking about how we can make this even easier. So we're introducing Native Ads Express, and this is in beta. This is a pretty cool feature, and you see it animated behind me. The idea here is that we should be able to create these creatives on your behalf based on the uniqueness of your app, the stylings of your app, the colors, the font choices, etc. And we do this very simply. All you have to do is give us a template, upload a CSS file, and based on that, we can render an entire set of our demand in ways that fit within your app. And the only thing you need to do if you want to change the look and feel of those native ads is send us a new CSS sheet. And you see it basically animating here behind me, so you get a feel for how easy that is. Really proud of this. So the growth of AdMob interstitial impressions over the last year or so has been phenomenal. It has roughly doubled. We see more and more use of interstitial impressions on the network, driving more and more demand to all of our partners. And again, we believe that this is a great experience for users, publishers, and advertisers alike. But ultimately, we want to make sure it is as easy as possible to integrate AdMob into all of your apps so that even if you don't want to monetize from day one, you can monetize 3 months later. And this is why we're announcing a new feature, AdMob in the Android Developer Studio. So you'll be able to add AdMob as an activity in your app just by making some simple selections within Studio. You can actually define the type of ads that you want to show in your app, as you see here. And then later, once you have an AdMob account, you can drop your identification, your AdMob account ID into the Dev Studio. And when your app is published, you will show ads, and you will make money. It is really that simple. Certainly, you're going to want to do more. You're going to want to customize this. You're going to want to optimize it over time. But certainly think about taking the initial steps to integrate AdMob with all of your apps before you launch them, even if you're not thinking about monetization today. It's incredibly simple. And for the game developers in the audience, I think you know this, but as a quick reminder, we're already integrated within Unity and Coco's 2D. So that's a great way to take advantage of AdMob from a game developer perspective. To summarize, we are incredibly committed to helping all of you on Android and iOS, not just build the best apps that you can, but build businesses out of those apps in ways that are scalable, in ways that are global. By taking advantage of our tools, you're going to be able to build smart monetization opportunities, new business models that will help you differentiate and stand out from the crowd. We will provide you the tools to scale. So if you start with 100,000 users, it will work great. If you grow to 20 million or 100 million users, all of this stuff will continue to scale. And last, we're trying to make it as easy as possible. Because I've been in the online advertising space for probably the better part of the last 15 years. And this stuff is even complicated to me. You guys have to focus on what you do best, which is designing and building the very best mobile apps and mobile games out there. So we are working our butts off to make ad integration as simple and painless as possible for all of you. With that, I'd like to thank you guys so much for your time and enjoy the rest of I/O.
Push notifications are coming to web apps, and one best practice that just became an ANA pattern. I'm Rob Dotson. This is Lazy Web. One of the things that's really difficult for web developers is staying on top of the changing platform, because it moves fast. The name Lazy Web is a play on an internet meme where you just like hashtag stuff Lazy Web that you want someone else to get you the answer for. So everything that we cover on the show is stuff from mailing lists and videos and articles. It's all things that you could totally Google if you had like 1,000,000 hours in your day, but nobody has that much time. So what I do, I go out, I find all the coolest stuff and distill it down for you and give you just the best parts. Lazy Web is intended for web developers of really like any level. So you could be an absolute beginner and you're gonna find out the latest trends and important new libraries. You can be an intermediate developer and get the news on some framework that you happen to be using. Or if you're an advanced developer, you can learn about APIs as they're landing in the different browsers. So the Lazy Web Show comes out every single week. It is amazing how much stuff happens in web development in just 7 days. If you want to catch it, you can subscribe to the Google Developers YouTube channel. That way, you'll never miss an episode. That's it for this week, folks. Take a deep breath, enjoy the visuals, and to all you lazy webbers out there, thanks for watching. Hey everyone, what's up? It's Rob Dotson. Today on Polycast, I'm going to show you a very important trick, how to inherit from native HTML elements. Not only will this save you a ton of accessibility headaches, but it's also crucial if you want to work with forms or tables. So let's dive in. So inheriting from a native element is really not that different from creating a brand new tag. You've still got the Polymer constructor that you're calling. The difference is you pass in an extends property and you pass in the tag name that you're inheriting from. And to use your new element in markup, it's really straightforward. You use the original tag name, you get an is attribute, and you pass in the extending tag name that you've created. So button is super button. If you want to do this in JavaScript, you call document create element, pass in the original tag name and the extending tag name. Now, creating an element in this fashion is known as a type extension element. And as I said before, they've got a few very nice benefits. So let's say you're working with a table and you've got this fancy TD element that you've created inside of here. What's going to happen is as the parser is working its way down the page, it's going to hit this thing and it's actually going to hoist it outside of the table. Because certain elements like table and UL and OL, if there are contents inside of them that the parser is not expecting, either it's not going to render them or it's going to do this thing where it hoists them out. And that is probably not what you're intending. It's going to render in sort of a weird way. So we can fix this. Instead of creating a custom tag name, we can extend the native TD element and create a fancy TD that way, and we're all good. Another use case for type extension elements is forms. So forms normally try to package up all the values from all the input elements that are inside of them. But if you throw a guy like this into a form, it's going to be like, I have no idea what this tag is. I don't know if it has values. I'm just going to ignore it when I submit my payload to the server. So again, we can fix this by extending the native input element. So input is fancy input. This is going to get all of its values sent to the server. So we're all good there. The other cool benefit is if you look at the native input element and you press the tab key on your keyboard, normally what you'll see is a focus ring go around it. Now, this focus state is very crucial for users of assistive technology. There are a lot of folks out there who cannot use a mouse to interact with the screen. They rely on keyboard navigation to get around. And for them, these focus states are very, very, very important. If you're extending the native input element with a type extension element, you're going to get this focus behavior for free. Otherwise, if you just created your own tag, then you need to add your own tab index, you need to add your own roles, you need to add your own ARIA attributes. There's a lot more accessibility work that you have to do when you're not extending native elements, because then you kind of just get it for free. So let's take a stab at implementing our own type extension element, and that'll really highlight some of these benefits. So to start off, what I'm going to do is create a Bower JSON file. I've got an element that I'm creating called GHButton. It's going to look like the buttons that you see on the GitHub website. I'm depending on Polymer, and I'm depending on the 0.8 release here. Over in my terminal, I'm going to run Bower install to pull down that dependency. Because Polymer implicitly depends on Web Components.js, I'm going to get that for free as well, which is really nice. And the last thing I'm going to do is run the polyserve command. Now, polyserve, if you recall from our last episode, is a little server which allows us to write our elements using canonical path URLs. If you have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about right now, you can follow this link right here to catch the previous episode, and that will explain everything that we're doing here. Now, over in my GHButton HTML file, I'm going to start by importing Polymer HTML, and I'm going to use the canonical path style to do that. Then I'm going to have a DOM module with an ID of GHButton, and inside I'll throw in a template and a content element. And lastly, in my script, I will call the Polymer constructor, pass in GHButton, and I'm going to pass in extends button, so we've now created a type extension element of the native button tag. Now over in my demo HTML file, I'm going to start by importing Web Components Lite.js. Then I'm going to include an import for GHButton HTML. Lastly, down in my body, I'm going to use the button element. I'm going to say it is a GHButton, and then I'll just throw some hello world text inside of it. Now, if I go over to my browser to preview this, I'm going to get this little button element up here in the corner. You can see that when I click on it, I get the behavior I expect. If I tab to it, I get focus rings around it. Most importantly, when I flip on my screen reader, I can actually navigate down to it, and you'll see that the screen reader is going to read the content of the button, and it's going to announce that it is a button. It's actually announcing this implicit role here. Now that is very, very useful. So the last thing I'm going to do to spice this button up is I'm going to drop in a style element. And I've got a bunch of CSS that I've included here. I've just taken this from GitHub's CSS file. So you don't have to worry about what all these selectors are. One thing to note is that I'm using the host selector to style the element itself. And I've also gone in here and using GitHub's CSS, specified focus states, hover states, active states. So you can see how you can apply these sort of pseudo states to your element. It's very important that you do this for accessibility. Now, hopping back into Chrome, when I refresh the page, you'll see that I've got a way nicer looking button. I click on it, I get the same behavior as before. I can hit Tab to put a focus ring around it. And most importantly, I can flip on my screen reader, navigate to this button. I'll see the text content gets read aloud, and I still get that awesome implicit button state. Now, the obvious question is, when should I use a type extension element, and when should I create a custom tag? My rule of thumb is to try to extend from a native element whenever possible, especially if accessibility is playing a role in things. So if I'm building a control or a button, something that might require focus, I'm going to try to extend from a native element if that's possible. That's it for today. Be sure to subscribe and stick around for this week's featured question. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome.
Hi. 大家好.
I'm Rich.
What's with Google Play to Mark?
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
My name's Tim Anderson, and I'm part of the Google Play for Education team.
Hi, I'm Bethany, a designer at Google.
One of the things we're trying to do over the next decade is to end repressive censorship.
What's my next appointment?
Today at 4 p.m. Android Automotive Monthly Update.
This is an incredible place with lots of great stuff being worked on every single day.
And we're going to incorporate one more element, so let's dive in.
The show featuring actionable startup advice.
Welcome to the lab.
Okay, guys, seriously. I think that's pretty awesome.
Build better apps.
Oh, come on! Really?
That's it for this time.
Good afternoon. My name is Sridhar Ramaswamy. I'm the SVP for ads and payments at Google. As you saw in Sundar's keynote in the morning, the Android platform has tremendous momentum. And today, I'm very pleased to tell you about the next generation of payments that we're going to be doing on Android. Of course, it's 3 in the afternoon, and we wanted to perk you guys up to start with. So we thought we would start by showing a funny picture of cute babies or cute cats. We did a lot of research and went with cute babies. But we realized we could also use this picture to make a really important point, which is last year, 4 times as many Android devices were sold every day as there are babies born every day. Our activation numbers are something like over 1.5 million devices activated every single day. That's like some babies with a lot of phones. And what's also amazing about the rise of smartphones in general is the tremendous engagement that consumers have with these devices. The average consumer takes their phones out 150 50 times a day. That's close to 10 for every waking hour. And these devices, which not so long ago were just simple things for making phone calls, have almost become extensions of ourselves. Close to 2/3 of us sleep with our phones right next to our bed. It's the first thing I touch every morning to turn off my alarm. And through the day, we use our phones for, texting our loved ones, looking up directions, checking up on traffic, seeing what the weather's like, being amused and entertained, buying stuff online. The list goes on and on. And in fact, we are all more likely to check to make sure that we have our phones in our pockets when we leave our home than we are to check for our wallet or our keys. That's pretty amazing. But there is one thing that we do not yet commonly do as consumers, and that is pay for physical purchases with our phones. 4 years ago, we pioneered a technology to store payment credentials securely on the phone. Using a technology called near-field communication, or NFC, we also pioneered a scheme by which these credentials could be securely transmitted to merchant point-of-sale devices to complete the payment. We call that scheme Tap and Pay. And we are excited today because we think the overall ecosystem is at a point where these payments can achieve massive scale. Why do we say that? We think the current world is ready both at a consumer level and at a merchant level, and these are two really, really important prerequisites for any large-scale change to happen in a complicated and important world like payments. To start with, on the consumer side, 7 out of 10 Android devices in use today are already capable of making NFC payments. These are phones that are out there today being used by people. And pretty much every new Android device that ships is also capable of NFC payments. And this means that consumers can go buy new Android phones knowing that mobile payments just is there. They come along for the ride. And then on the merchant side, there are over 700,000 merchant locations that can accept tap and pay payments. And in fact, here's an amazing little map of all the locations where people are using Android phones to tap and pay today. And further, the merchant ecosystem in the US is in the midst of an upgrade cycle with respect to all of their point-of-sale devices that is going to provide better security for all of us as consumers. But also, these devices will be capable of accepting NFC payments. We really think that it is the confluence of a huge number of devices, consumer devices in use, new ones that are coming out being capable of making NFC payments, and the fact that there is going to be a tremendous upsurge in the number of merchant terminals that can accept NFC payments that makes this a ripe moment for big changes to happen. So we've been working to create support for payments at a core platform level in Android. And as you heard earlier, we call this Android Pay. So Android Pay will be built deep within the Android ecosystem, and it is going to serve as the glue between consumers and merchants. And we had a few core principles that we adopted for Android Pay, and those were simplicity. It should be really easy for all consumers to use. It should be secure. there's a lot of doubt and worry that we have about the constant stream of break-in news that we all keep hearing. And there should be choice for consumers in terms of the devices that they use, in terms of the apps that they could use in order to make these payments. And Android Pay is going to be the solution both for physical payments at stores, but also for payments within the apps that we all have on our Android phones. So it's going to solve the problem of mobile payments in a pretty comprehensive way. I'm very pleased to welcome Ariel Bardan, who is the Product Vice President for Payments at Google, and Polly Butt, the Director of Consumer Payments at Google, to tell us a lot more about Android Pay. Ariel, Polly?
Yeah. Thank you, Sridhar.
Thanks, Sridhar.
Thank you. So we're very excited to be here today to share some more information about Android Pay. We're going to have some fun. Polly's going to lead us in some demos, which will all work. Yes.
You guys all got to cross your fingers for me.
No, we don't need to cross fingers. Everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, no crossing fingers. All right, back to business. So Sridhar talked about a few core principles that we had when we designed Android Pay, along with our many partners in the ecosystem. The first is simplicity, second is security, and choice. So let's talk through all of these. And let's focus specifically on the real world, tap and pay, and we'll talk next about in-app. Simplicity. We want to unlock our phone, tap, and be done, and that should be a very easy process. And of course, credit cards and debit cards need to work. We need to be able to use them very easily on our phones. But we didn't want to stop there. When you talk to users, they do other things at the store when they actually check out. Some will use a gift card. Some will use a loyalty card. And some will use coupons. And so we want to take all of this information and pass it during the tap. Make it very, very simple for users to use it. We'll start with loyalty. And Polly will show us a really cool demo with that machine that I'm assuming you're wondering why it's here. It'll show us how we can integrate both the payment and loyalty information right within one tap and make it very, very easy and simple to use. Let's talk about security. As Sridhar said, nobody wants to have problems with their card number after a purchase and worry about it. So we've partnered with the financial networks, the payments networks, to adopt tokenization so that we don't have to store the actual credit card information on the phone. And I'll talk about that a little bit in a moment. The second thing we do is we look at over 100 signals with our own risk engine before we let a transaction go through and when a card is added to the phone. So we've got a software solution, but we don't stop there. We also look at hardware. And as you've heard in the keynote, starting with the M release of Android, we will support fingerprint authentication as well to really bring the hardware and the software together and provide a great level of security for our users. So the third key principle that Sridhar talked about that was kind of core to the way we designed Android Pay was choice. In Android, we have a principle of openness. We love a lot of innovation. It's that exciting, eh? Your phone jumped out of your lap. Make sure the credit card is in it, please. So where was I? Yes. So we like innovation. We want to have open systems. Having open systems drives a lot of innovation. It's good for users. Users like choice. So when you think about tap and pay, there has to be hardware that actually supports it. And almost all phones today, all Android phones today, have the hardware needed to actually do a tap. In 2012, we added a layer on top of that as part of KitKat called host card emulation. What host card emulation did was allow developers to access that hardware so that they could build apps on top of tap and pay. Or they could also use the hardware for other use cases like opening doors, etc. What we're doing with Android Pay, though, is we're introducing a new layer, an API, which will allow developers, approved developers, to get access to the same tokenization services that we use to power tap and pay. So think of this as a new layer on top of kind of the raw iron. What this means for users is that they can use the Android Pay app to make payments and set up their cards and pick which card they want to use, all that good stuff. Or they can use one of approved partner apps, bank apps, etc. And Polly will be showing a demo of how that'll work in a few minutes. Now that's a lot to do. It's not easy. And the famous saying is it takes a village, and it certainly takes a village in this case. So let's talk about all the folks that we're working with across the payments ecosystem that Sridhar referenced before. So first, we're working with carriers to make sure that all users can get access to Android Pay easily. We're working with AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile so that when you buy a new Android phone, it'll come preloaded with Android Pay. But we don't stop there. When you walk into the store, you should walk out with Android Pay set up, ready to go. And so the salespeople in the stores will be able to help users set up their phones with Android Pay, add the relevant cards, etc. Now, Android Pay will work on any carrier's phone that has KitKat, and there are tens of millions of these phones, and more every day, as the babies illustrated earlier. The second folks we partnered with are the payment networks. And the payment networks helped us with tokenization that I mentioned before. And what tokenization allows us to do is not store your credit card number on the phone, but rather give it to the networks and get back a virtual account number that we can securely store on the phone. So that's a critical part of Android Pay and how it works, and this partnership is extremely important to us. We're also working with the leading financial institutions so you can securely use your existing debit and credit cards along with Android Pay. And actually, before I go to the merchants, we have a bunch of these folks in the room, and I have a note that tells me who's here. So I'd like to see a show of hands. This will be like a trick question. I believe we have USAA in the audience? All right. Thank you. Discover? Yeah. PNC? US Bank? All right. MasterCard? I've seen James earlier. Navy Federal Credit Union? Woo! American Express, I know Nick and Tony are right here. Regions? Welcome. Bank of America? And Visa. I've seen Matt here. Great. So really a big thanks to these guys for working closely with us for months now to get us to this point. So we're also partnering with merchants because when you have your phone, you want to be able to go into stores and actually tap and use the phone. Sridhar mentioned there are 700,000 locations already. These are some of the great partners we have. So to summarize the first part, we really think that now is a time that mobile payments can take off, and Android Pay and Android scale and being part of the Android ecosystem and Android system is going to be a great boost for mobile payments. And with that, I'd like to invite Polly to do a couple of fun, successful, wonderful demos. No
Awesome. Yeah. Now, regardless of what Ariel told you, you can cross your fingers now so that everything goes perfectly. No, I'm just joking. This is all going to work great. So first of all, thank you all for coming. It's a packed house here, of course, with our partners and lots of other folks who are interested in this. And I'm super excited to be showing you Android Pay in action for the very, very first time. So very, very excited. Can we cut to the wolf vision, please? So what you have here is a payment terminal from our partners at Ingenico. And I'm just going to go ahead and try to charge myself for something fun. Specialty cocktail sounds just right now. So as you can see, they have a cool Android Pay logo on the terminal as well. And I have Android Pay loaded on this phone. And so all I have to do, right, to pay is tap. And this is the best part. What we did, as Sridhar talked about, is we've integrated this entire process, right, of Android Pay with paying right into the Android platform. And all I have to do to make a secure payment is unlock this device, okay? So it's that simple. So it's secure, but it's simple. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is enter my pattern. Everybody can close their eyes now. It's okay, you can watch. I'm going to change my pattern right after this demo. Okay? So now all I have to do is tap, and I'm done. Okay? That's simple. And of course, you get a notification right away on your device when you make a purchase. So it's simple and it's secure. But as Ariel was talking about, payments don't usually end with just paying with your card, right? You usually use loyalty cards or coupons or gift cards at the point of sale as well. And so we wanted to figure out how we solve for that as well. I don't know about all of you, but I frankly love rewards. And I never miss a chance to use a loyalty card or an offer to save me some money. And turns out loyalty programs are super popular in the United States. So at last count, there were 3.3 billion loyalty program memberships in the US. That's a staggering 29 per household. 29. So it looks like there's more than just me that loves loyalty cards and rewards. So we wanted to help out with Android Pay. There has been a problem, right, with all of these loyalty cards, is that no one likes, including me, no one likes carrying around a bunch of plastic. So what we've done is taken all of this loyalty information, offer information, built it into Android Pay, so it just works seamlessly. So the best way to show what I mean is to actually do another live demo, okay? This time we're going to make it a little bit more complicated. So I'm going to get an assist from our friends at Coca-Cola. To do that, let me welcome Michelle, who's the CIO of Coca-Cola North America, on stage. Michelle?
Thank you, Polly. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Ruth, and I'm the CIO for Coca-Cola North America. And at Coca-Cola, we want to bring our Coca-Cola products to consumers wherever they want them. So we've been building out a network of vending machines across the nation. In fact, we have 85,000 vending machines that are tap and ready today. In addition, we also want to make sure that we reward our most loyal consumers. So we have created a loyalty program called My Coke Rewards. And we've activated that program at vending machines to give you 1 free Coke for every 10 products purchased. And My Coke Rewards has been a huge success. In the United States, we have 1 out of every 6 households are members. So while tapping and paying is really easy, using a plastic My Coke Rewards credit card at a vending machine to redeem or earn loyalty points has been so cumbersome. So we're so excited to be using Android Pay to provide a simplified user experience for our consumers to purchase products and bring both payment and loyalty together as one.
So Michelle, all this talk of Coke is making me very thirsty.
Well, Polly, why don't you go get yourself a Coke?
Apparently, one of Michelle's 85,000 vending machines is right here on the stage. Super convenient, huh? It's amazing how we plan all this stuff. So let's go and buy it. But I already told you guys, right? I love rewards. So I want to make sure that my Coke Rewards card is already saved to Android Pay. So if we can cut to the wolf vision again. Let's just do a quick check. So I'm going to go to my Android Pay app. And sure, there's a My Coke Rewards card on there. and it also tells you that I have 27 points. I don't know if you can see this, so I'll try to zoom in, and it shows you 27 points there. That's not quite enough for actually getting a free Coke. Okay? But at the rate I'm going to get there very, very soon. So why don't we go ahead and actually try making a purchase at this Coke vending machine out there. Michelle? So if we can cut to the camera here. It's a Coke vending machine. It's one of the 85,000 that Michelle talked about that are enabled for tap and pay payments. So what I'm going to do right now is try to make an actual purchase. So just so you guys all know, this is a real transaction. What's going to happen right now is my payment information is going to get transferred to the vending machine. It's connected to the internet. It's going to actually authorize my payment right now. Okay? So live transaction. I'm going to go ahead, make a payment, and absolutely amazing is that it's actually passed my loyalty information as well, my Coke rewards. So first time you're watching a transaction go through with both loyalty information and payment information to this vending machine, doing an authorization in real time. If you can focus on this right now. So it tells you that I have 27 points. It's going to give me another 3 points, and I'm going to be ready for a free drink. So it's perfect. Tells me to select a drink. I'm going to pick one of my favorite drinks, which is a Diet Coke. Thankfully, there's a Diet Coke left here. Perfect. Okay? Got my Diet Coke. So Michelle, care for a drink?
I would love one. Coca-Cola, please.
Yeah, perfect. Being the gentleman that I am, what I'm going to do is use my free points to buy her a drink. Don't tell her about it.
Well, Polly, we want our consumers to use their My Coke Rewards points they've earned.
That's awesome. So let's try this again, okay? So this time it's got to be free, okay? So go ahead, pay again. Let's manage to do it. If you can focus on this, it's actually authorizing my payment. And guess what? It's asking me if I'm actually ready to pay for it. It's actually authorizing a second purchase, I guess. Here we go. And I'm 30 points away now. Okay, so I'm ready to select a drink. It just shows you in real time what I've got. You said Diet Coke?
Regular Coke, please.
Oh, regular? Awesome. Regular Coke for Michelle.
Well, thank you, Polly. That was so easy. I think we should toast to Coca-Cola
Awesome.
and Android Pay.
Toast to Coca-Cola and Android Pay. Thank you, Michelle. That was amazing. I'm going to leave my Coke right here.
Here, I'll take it for you.
Oh, you're going to take it from me? So the cool part about this was it showed you how simple, convenient, secure Android Pay is. When you're buying a Coke for Ariel, it's pretty refreshing too. For him, not me.
It's a real Coke.
Perfect. So what I wanted to do now was, we already demonstrated how simple and secure Android Pay is. I want to switch to the last point that Sridhar and Ariel talked about, which is choice. We believe it's very important to enable both consumers and our partners to be able to innovate on the Android platform. And so with Android Pay, what we've done is we've built this API that lets our banking partners add Android Pay to their own apps, right? So consumers have a choice now of using this Android Pay app that I just showed you, or using their favorite banking app. So to demonstrate that, I'm just going to show you an app from USAA. So I've got a USAA app, and I have a USAA card. And I'm going to try to add my USAA card to Android Pay. So the home screen welcomes me. I can check out my accounts. I actually have 2 USAA cards, one from MasterCard and one from Visa. Okay, This time, I think I'm not going to show you my PIN. This is actually my bank app. Don't want to bother changing that. Okay? So as you can see, I have a USA MasterCard, a USA Visa. So I'm going to try to add my USA MasterCard to Android Pay. I'm going to touch it. And guess what? Right at the bottom of your screen, you see a simple message that says, add this card to Android Pay. I'm going to select Add Card. Tells me I can use this everywhere. Sounds awesome. So I'm going to continue, enter my CVC. Thank you. Okay. Just entered my secure code. And now I'm going to continue, accept the terms of service, done. I've now activated Android Pay with my USA MasterCard. So that was Android Pay for in-store purchases. It's simple, it's secure, and we've delivered choice to both our partners and, of course, users. Okay? So with that, I'll hand over to Ariel so he can talk about in-app purchases.
Thank you, Pali. I'll take a break from drinking Coke. So we talked about in-store. I'd like to talk a little bit about in-app, which is the second part of Android Pay. So the same principles apply: simplicity, security, and choice. And let's talk about each of them. So simplicity. I'm sure everybody here has tried to buy something in an app and type in the credit card number and address and all this kind of stuff. And my kids can do it really fast, but I can't do it. So I want a simple solution that allows me, like, with one click, to be able to purchase. So we have to make it very simple for users to enter this information. But we also have to make it very easy for developers to actually integrate into their apps. So those two were key focuses for us. And in our current payments products, the apps that are using our solution are seeing a 4x improvement in conversions by using a very simple flow, which makes a lot of sense. And all of this comes together in a simple button that you can see at the bottom there: Buy with Android Pay. So as a user, that's all you have to look for within all these different apps, and you know that it's going to be very, very easy to purchase. From a security perspective, we take the same key components of what you saw for Tap and Pay: network tokenization, partnering with payment networks to secure the credentials. We take 100 or more signals, and we use hardware starting in M to secure the transaction. So let's talk about choice. Today, when app developers use our solutions, they do custom integrations. And we thought, how can we bring the Android scale to really blow this out and have many, many additional apps use Android Pay? So we're very excited to announce that we've now partnered with payment processors to make this very easy. So what this means is app developers who are using Braintree, Stripe, Vantiv, First Data, or CyberSource can integrate very simply. And in the case of Braintree and Stripe, we've simplified it to the degree that it's literally less than 10 lines of code that can be copy-pasted into an app, and Android Pay just shows up. Between all these partners, we hope we'll enable thousands of apps over the next months to provide users with a simple experience. These are the merchants that have already signed up to enable Android Pay, and we're very excited to keep working with them to roll out Android Pay over the next months. And I think Pali will now show us another demo to keep things entertaining.
Awesome. Thanks, Ariel. So I guess buying that Coke for Ariel has made me really hungry. And I guess I'm going to just share a pizza with him as well. Sounds good, Ariel?
As long as it's delivered promptly.
Okay. So he wants it right away. So I think the best way to do that is to show you one of our partner apps, which is Grubhub, and order a pizza. So let's try that. So I do want to pick up. Sounds good. And it's already detected that I'm close to Moscone, which is perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and order something. Ariel, you okay with me being a little picky here?
It's quite all right.
Yeah. So let me try to order a gluten-free pizza because I don't want regular pizza. So gluten-free pizza looks good. Well, the first result is Escape from New York Pizza, 5 stars. It's only half a mile away. Sounds perfect. So I'm just going to pick that. Okay. Let's see if I can get a gluten-free pizza. Margarita sounds good. So I'm just going to select that. Add to my order. Okay. And as soon as I'm ready to order, the button Buy with Android Pay shows up. Now let's see how easy it is to buy with Android Pay. So I'm just going to select that button, and I'm done. Did everyone notice that? I just selected Buy with Android Pay and I was done. It's that simple. So as you can see here, I've used my MasterCard to pay. Okay? So you see my email address and my MasterCard here, and my payment is done. So Android Pay is that simple. Now, Android Pay can be used in all kinds of different apps. And I wanted to show you another example of an awesome app. And this time it's a shopping app. The app is Wish. I think you see it. So wish.com, really, really amazing app if you haven't tried it. And the cool thing about Wish is it shows you trending deals. And the deals are personalized for you. So let me show you another example, right? So there's a bunch of shoes here. I don't think I actually want shoes. So let's see what else is trending for me. Usually it goes along the top and they show you different categories. So they have a category called Google I/O. Guess they know where I am today. So I'm just going to pick Google I/O. Looks like there's some really cool deals on Android toys. So I'm just going to go ahead and select that. Okay. Supposed to be $10, but it's only going to cost me $1. And I'm going to expense it. Don't tell Sridhar that. So I'm just going to go ahead, pick a collectible, and going to hit buy. Sure enough, my Buy with Android Pay button shows up there. Now this time I actually want to pick a different card. Okay? So I'm just going to try and see. It shows me a UI. You saw the MasterCard I already used in the previous purchase. I'm going to try and pick a different one because I have a Visa card as well. So I'm going to pick a Visa card, hit continue, and that's it. Okay? Can place my order and I'm done. So absolutely streamlined and awesome. Now one of the things that we've been doing with Android Pay is thinking about how we can make this experience even better. We can't have just a one-size-fits-all experience. And in some cases, you don't even want to bother placing your item in the cart. You just want to be able to buy. So an example of that is a new experience that we've built. And I'm going to demonstrate that with all the swag I'm getting, including all the stuff I'm collecting outside. I need a bag. So I'm going to get that from the Google Store app. I'm going to go to the Google Store app. Sounds like there's a basic backpack for me. I'm going to select the backpack. I've just picked a product, mind you. And what just happened was Android Pay shows up at the bottom, okay? Right over the page, shows up at the bottom in integrated apps. If I want to see what I'm paying with, I can just swipe up, okay? And I see that I'm paying with my Discover card here, and it's being shipped directly to me at the Google office, because this is, after all, a work demo. And all I need to do is swipe to pay, and I'm done. Okay? Absolutely amazing. Thank you. So that's Android Pay. Simple, secure, and lots of choice for developers. Ariel?
Thank you. So I'm sure at least one person is asking him or herself, so what happened to Google Wallet? Who's, okay, I see Nick here. So we launched Google Wallet back in 2011, and you could do tap and pay with it. We also introduced a Buy with Google button afterwards, as well as a bunch of other functionality like sending your friends money, which is great. We're seeing, by the way, a huge adoption there. It's a 400% increase in users year over year. You can store a balance with us, so if your friend sends you some money, you can then keep that as a balance with Google, and you can use a MasterCard to purchase anywhere you want to spend that money. And all of this was bundled into one app. So what we'd like to do with Android Pay, and what we'll do over the next couple of months as we roll out Android Pay, is we're going to have one app that will do the in-store purchases, tap and pay. We'll rebrand the button, as you've seen in these demos. But to answer the question, what happened to Google Wallet, we're going to have a new Google Wallet app that will focus solely on those functions, meaning I have a debit card, I want to send money easily to a friend of mine, friend wants to collect that money, spend it with a debit card, etc. So all those functions will be in a new app that we're calling the new Google Wallet. I assume the new will drop at some point. And so you'll see that rolling out over the next couple of months with Android Pay rolling out. So to summarize, we're very excited about mobile payments. Google is obviously investing a lot in this area. And what's most exciting is to just see how we can work together across the payments ecosystem to really bring simplicity to users so that they can enjoy mobile payments. And with that, I think we'll wrap up. Oh, there's more. We got to work on our acting.
No worries. This is very much in an experimental section of the talk. We're thrilled with Android Pay. We are thrilled with the kind of broad-based support that we think it can get, and we are very grateful to all the partners who've been an integral part of coming here, and we think there's a lot that we can get done together. But we like challenging ourselves. And so we wanted to ask ourselves, hey, could we create payment schemes that didn't even require you to take the phone out? And as you can imagine, this can be useful in scenarios like a drive-through, where it's kind of hard to take the phone out to make the payment. We were motivated by situations like this one, where it's hard. Sorry. Let's roll the video, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Nope, didn't work. Wait for mommy, hang on.
3, 4.
Hit cancel. Here's your change. Sorry. I like to pay with Google.
Okay, Melanie.
We're all set. Thank you. What do you say? Thank you.
So we are calling this hands-free. And it's at an early prototype stage. So we've been working with a few of our partners, like McDonald's and Papa John's, to field test these ideas out in the real world. And here to tell us what hands-free can do to the more than 27+ million customers that McDonald's serves each day is Atif, the Chief Digital Officer of McDonald's. Welcome, Atif, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here, and thanks to the Google team for this opportunity to participate in a really, really exciting new innovation. My name is Atif Rafiq, and I'm the Chief Digital Officer for McDonald's. I'm going to spend the few minutes that I have here with you walking through why we're so excited about the potential for hands-free and why it fits so naturally into where McDonald's is headed as a company. So let me start by giving a little bit of background around what digital means to McDonald's. You know, a lot of folks associate McDonald's with convenience, and that is something we want to perpetuate for a long, long time. Now, we believe that the definition of convenience is changing, fueled by technologies like mobile, and we think it's time to introduce an entirely new level of convenience for how people get their food on an everyday basis. And that's what our focus is. As a company, we're a provider of everyday food. So the possibilities for McDonald's to use digital as a way to add convenience are really endless. You know, we invented the drive-through. I believe that mobile will allow us to reinvent that drive-through experience. We're getting into the game on delivery through mobile. And imagine being able to come into the restaurant and skipping the line, taking a seat, and having your food brought directly to you. That is something we're already trying, and mobile is going to be an important ingredient to that experience as well. So now, using McDonald's may seem like a very simple experience, and in fact it is, but there's a lot happening there when you unpack the customer journey. And one of the key steps in the customer journey is paying. So behind me, what you can see is hands-free in action at a local McDonald's. You know, we couldn't bring a restaurant into the Moscone Center. They weren't cool with that, like the Coca-Cola machine. So we had to, package it up in the form of a video. But as you can see, it's really very, very simple. So how cool would it be to step into a McDonald's and simply say, I'm here to pay with Google? I think that'd be really, really neat. So what you're going to be able to do is no longer forage through your pocket or your bag to pay at McDonald's. You simply arrive, convey your order to the crew person, let them know that you want to pay with Google, and hands-free takes care of the rest. The app helps us verify that it's you, and we've integrated our systems. So once hands-free securely charges your account, we give you your food and you're on your way. It's really just that simple. So to quickly summarize, we're big believers in the future of frictionless commerce. We think that's coming to the offline world in a at a very rapid pace. You know, we intend to use that as an opportunity to add an entirely new level to our experience. And it's for this reason that we're really, really excited to team up with Google on hands-free. Suffice it to say, we're really excited to be a launch partner, and we're ready to co-create a world that's just so radically simpler and more convenient around how you get your food on an everyday basis. So with having said that, let me hand it back to Sridhar.
We're going to be rolling out trials of hands-free in select locations in the Bay Area. If you'd like to be a part of it, go to this URL and sign up with your email. And it's time to conclude. This has been a long journey, but as I said earlier, we are incredibly excited by what is ahead of us. We think the situation with consumers, the availability of devices that are capable of making mobile payments, the changes that are happening on the merchant side, and of course, the willingness of the payments industry to be great partners in this change that is happening is what I think will make a big difference to consumers and not only create the experiences that we saw today, but many more amazing ones that were hinted at. For example, the demos that Polly showed with reward cards and loyalty cards and so on. So I'm very excited by the possibility. I'm very thankful to all of you for being such great partners in all of this. Thank you very much.
so excited to welcome you here today, to connect, to celebrate, and even to do some creating.
Engaging with other professional women, getting together and building a community where we support and we celebrate each other, this is important to me.
Making sure that the world knows that there are actually a ton of smart, ambitious, and qualified women in the tech industry.
Women in general don't sell themselves enough, right? Like, you have so many strengths. You do such incredible work.
Yes, you need to have the best career you can possibly have, but what can you do to help others?
It doesn't take very much effort to help another woman in need. It doesn't take very much to help someone with their coding problem.
What I would really like to solve for is creating a global culture that supports building confidence in young women so that they can choose whether they want to be artists or scientists or some combination thereof.
We want you to be at the table, creating the technology that will change all of our lives. And each one of you can help make that so.
Hey, it's Natalie again. Thank you so much for tuning in to the live stream. I have the extreme honor of sitting here with Kelly Schuster. She's an Android developer for iTriage, and I'm excited to have you meet her and have her talk about her work. Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you so much for having me. Honored to be here.
So tell me a little bit, how did you get into the technology industry? I think you had mentioned firmware, hardware, mixing the two.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about it.
Sure. So I never really thought that I was going to be a tech person in my career. So when I was younger, I started out with a lot of different interests. You know, I did theater, I loved reading, I loved history, and I also loved math and science, but they were just sort of these extra things. And but I had this intense curiosity about computers. I remember staring at my parents' computer and just being obsessed, what is going on? I know there are people in the world that know how this works. It's not magic, and I have to figure it out, you know. So I watched this movie with my sister, Antitrust. It was this movie about
it was hackers, because that's how, hackers for me, that's what it was.
Really? That's awesome. Yay for Hollywood, getting us into tech.
Which is rare.
Yes, exactly. So there's this scene where he's at the daycare and he hacks into the system through the daycare computer, and I became obsessed with the idea, could you really do that, or was that a Hollywood thing? So that sort of got me going on this tech area.
There's something about hacking.
Yeah, could you really do this?
Yep.
Yeah, and I actually, when I went into college, I actually was a political science major, and I had to take a science for political science, and so I opted to take physics. And my advisor was like, no, you're supposed to take meteorology or intro to astronomy, the easy science. I was like, no, I really like physics, it's so fun. So then towards the end of my physics class, I realized I was so depressed that I was going to be done with math and science. So I was like, why don't I just switch to engineering? So I switched over to electrical engineering, and I just loved it. It was so much fun, and I learned how computers work finally, and it was awesome.
Your career zoomed from there.
Yes, exactly. I felt like I hit a niche, and I was just in my stride. Yeah.
So tell me, so now you're an Android developer.
Yes.
And you're working at iTriage. And you were telling me you're the accessibility lead.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me a little bit about what you're solving for and maybe some of the challenges that you faced in your current role.
Sure, okay. So at iTriage, I'm working on a new app for Aetna's new member experience. So you could check claims or doctors or things like that. It's going to be so awesome. I can't wait.
It makes healthcare easier.
Yes, exactly. Super easy. Information when you want it, and it's going to be awesome. And so one of the big pieces that I'm personally passionate about is developing accessible apps so that all people can use it. And we're really focused on vision impairment. So I'm an Android developer, so I'm doing Android for the app, but I'm also the accessibility lead for web and iOS as well.
So you're not busy?
Not in the slightest. So it's really cool. I get to work with this group called the Blind Institute of Technology, and they're a nonprofit group run by an engineer and all these tech-savvy people that also happen to be blind. And they come in and they test our app, and I work with them to understand, like, what can we do from a programming perspective to fix these issues. And I help the developers on our team, about, like, what are the tips and tricks for coding for web, iOS, and Android that they can implement.
It's cool user testing.
Very cool, yeah. And they have, like, their own set of standards. It's not tied to specific regulations, but it's tied to actual usability. Because a lot of the, official regulations, you can check off all the boxes, but still not have a great user experience.
Right.
So it's
No, I mean,
really
you're putting
cool.
the user first, right? And I think that's what's really important in developing new technology is you don't necessarily have to start from scratch, right? Like, know your users. And so it sounds like you guys are doing a great job talking to the community, and from there you're getting the insights to build for them with them in mind.
Exactly, because I feel like I read through the documentation about accessibility, but it wasn't really until I actually got to know them as users that I was like, oh, I was thinking about that wrong. Yeah.
No,
So it's really cool.
No, that's really great. And so what would you say, like, a challenge was and like a creative solution that you implemented in your current work?
As far as accessibility goes, I think a lot of it is in terms of, like, not really knowing exactly how the screen reader is going to read things out, and so finding ways to, like, set content descriptions on layouts as opposed to on specific views. But it's outside of accessibility, like the greater technical challenges, we had kind of a challenge with the back end solution. So when we were looking at all the schedules, and our back end is being developed by another team, and we're not their only stakeholder, and so they were kind of on this longer timeline. So we were like, shoot, we're not going to get everything in time for us to be able to put the app together. So my manager came up with this brilliant solution about, well, why don't we just, like, have these modes, these different networking modes, and we can build out these fake APIs for us as we develop our app internally.
Cool.
Yeah, and then as we start getting the services delivered to us, we can just, like, flip a switch. I was like, oh, this is such a cool idea.
Yeah.
So we had to be really strict about, like, separating model view controller in our app, and every platform did this. We pushed the logic of switching modes to the lowest layer of the networking library, and we just started integrating the real back-end services, and it was so awesome because we literally just had to, new base URL, and then maybe a little bit of tweaking with JSON parsing, and it just works. And it's so cool. And there's an Easter egg menu in our alpha channels, so people can switch between, like, this fake API mode and the real API mode, which is incredible for like the business stakeholders, because it's super hard to demo back-end services to people that are, like, really high up in companies, because there's, like, that huge technical gap of knowledge. But if they have the app in their hands and they can toggle back and forth the modes, they can easily see, like, the progress of the back-end services.
Yeah, absolutely. And so from all of this, you're incredibly passionate about technology, right? And what I love about, so you're not only just doing incredible work at iTriage, you're also out leading and helping more women specifically get into technology. And so you're also one of the founders and leaders of Women Who Code Denver.
Exactly, yeah.
So what is that community like, and why is it important?
Oh my gosh, the community is awesome. So I started out in hardware, like we were talking before, with electrical engineering, and a few years ago I transitioned into Android development. And during that time, I just found meetup.com, and I was like, this is amazing. So I
heard them too.
Oh my gosh, they're so great. So I just went through and, like, signed up for every tech meetup, and I was like, oh, Women Who Code, that sounds cool. And I remember I went to my first meetup for Women Who Code. It was a Ruby study group, and I wasn't really, like, a huge Ruby person, but I was like, oh, it sounds like fun. And I show up, and there are all these women literally just sitting around hacking and programming, and it was kind of indescribable.
It's like the idea of where we both started was real. It wasn't just Hollywood. It was women actually doing what we always wanted to do.
Exactly. And it was so, like, I didn't even realize I'd never programmed with more than one woman before, and I was like, wow, this is so cool. Yeah. And I didn't really realize I was missing anything in my life until I went, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. I want to do this all the time. So I started going to their meetups, and they had a lot of really good tech talks, and the woman that was leading Denver was actually moving to Boulder, I think, and so she was going to do the Boulder stuff, and the position opened up, and I was like, do you want to lead? We need someone to lead it. And I was like, I would love to. Like, the women that I meet here are phenomenal, and it's really cool too, because, like, with accessibility and all these things, I'm interested in the idea of, like, a full stack or multi-platform knowledge, which is amazing because in the Women Who Code community, we've got Java people, we've got iOS, Android, Ruby on Rails, Scala, like you name it, they're here in my group.
And so when you go to the meetups, you don't necessarily just even have to work on, what you're working on at iTriage. You can work on personal projects. You have personal projects that you're working on outside of your current work?
Yeah, actually. So I have one little app. It's called Should I Buy It? It's sort of...
This already sounds dangerous.
Yes. It's actually, so I'm a personal finance geek. And I like to help people make smart financial decisions.
I like shopping.
Yes, okay.
I'm really good at spending money.
All
I need
right.
to learn how to save it.
This app might help you then. You put in what you're going to buy and how often you think you're going to buy it, and it will tell you if you would have invested the money instead, how much you'd have after 10 years.
Yeah, I need this.
Yes, it's awesome.
So
it is available on Android.
It
yes.
is? It's on the Play Store?
Yes, on the Play Store.
Okay, so
yep.
tell me again, what's it called?
Should I Buy It?
Should I
It's
Buy
a little
It?
green logo with a scale of like a bag of money or a cup of coffee.
All right.
That's,
All right,
yeah.
I think I might, I'm gonna start saving more money because of that app.
Cool.
So, again, I'm really thankful that you made time to come and visit us today. You're clearly doing incredible work for accessibility at iTriage, and you're leading Women Who Code Denver. It sounds like you don't really have spare time, but then you've created this awesome app. So, anyways, I'll look forward to hearing more innovations that you're creating in the future. Thank you so much for making up.
Thank you so much. This
the
is
time.
awesome.
Thanks.
We created the How I Show because we found that there were developers in our community that had amazing lessons that they had learned. They had learned them in blood, things that saved them time, things that saved them money, things that got them investments. And the most incredible part was that they really wanted to share these experiences. So rather than keeping them proprietary and locked up to give them an advantage, they said, hey, look, this helped us out and it might help you. And so my role was just to help them tell that story to as many people as possible. We source guests for the How I Show from our network of Launchpad program participants, from Google developer experts, and we just ask them, what's something that you learned along the way that you can share with another person? It can be about a Google technology, it can be about an open source technology, it can be something that they learned in the course of doing their business, and then we just ask them to help shape their story into something super actionable that another startup can learn from just from immediately watching the video. And then we bring them in and help them shape that story. My favorite part about the How I Show, other than just the fact that people are willing to share these kinds of tips, is the interaction that you see in the comments afterwards. So often we'll have a guest on the show that is sharing something, and someone will ask a question in the comments, and then you'll actually see the guest responding to that show. And I really feel like it's helping create this community of sharing these lessons and actually just making the whole ecosystem better. We're in the lab right now prepping new shows that air weekly on the Google Developers YouTube channel, so subscribe there, or check out past videos on our website at g.co/launchpad.
We use beta testing and Google Plus communities to build better products.
We were able to fundraise, we were able to create awareness.
I'm going to tell you how to validate your idea in just 2 days.
Welcome. My name's Walid Kadus, and with me is Mark Stragaitis. We're members of the Android location and context team, and we're super excited to be talking to you today about how to make your apps context aware. And we're going to explain why we think now is the right time to do it, some of the tools that are available to help you do it, some things to watch out for, and finally, something I'm really excited to do with you today, which is to share a vision of what the future will hold as far as this is concerned. So I want you, next slide, please. I want you to imagine that instead of presenting at Google I/O 2015, I'm presenting at Google I/O 2020. And I want to describe to you what my day so far has been like, making it here to Google I/O 2020. I'm sleeping comfortably in my bed in my house, and my phone alarm goes off. And it's not that I programmed my phone to go off at that particular time. It just knew that was the right time to wake me up. It knew I had a late night before. It knows the traffic it will take to get to Moscone. It knows that I like to have showers in the morning, so all I said to it the night before was, wake me up in the morning. Now, I pick up my phone, and of course it's automatically unlocked because it knows exactly who I am, and it knew that it spent the whole night next to the bed. But even before I've got out of bed, the house has started to come alive. My room has started to warm up to a comfy 72 degrees. The lights are slowly coming up to welcome me into the day. And of course, the coffee maker is going, because who knows where we'd be without coffee. As I sit down in front of my breakfast, my tablet is there waiting for me. As soon as I sit down in front of it, the content for the day appears, all my events, all the exciting talks I'm looking forward to at Google I/O. And not just that, it's suggested some activities for me that it knows about what I'm interested in. So for example, it knows I love Asian art. It knows that I'm in San Francisco, and it knows that the Asian Art Museum is open late on Thursday nights, which it is. You guys should go check it out. But it put all of that together for me so that I can just see the day ahead of me. And just as I'm finishing checking out stuff, my housemate joins me, and he's also enjoying his morning coffee. And as we're sitting there, just as we're finishing the cup of coffee, we get a buzz that says that our car is waiting for us downstairs. And sure enough, we go downstairs, and waiting for us is our self-driving car. We hop inside, excited about where we're going to go today, and we notice that the music comes on. And the music is specially selected. It just so happens to be the music that both me and my housemate like. And to be frank, that level of overlap is not so large. But we'll talk about that another time. And then just as soon as it gets to Moscone, I notice that my watch buzzes. And on my watch, I notice that there's a map that takes me directly from the curbside in through the front door, which of course I don't need to swipe my badge or anything because my watch already knows who I am, and I can share that with the devices around me. And it takes me up the stairs, turn left, turn right. And as I come to the auditorium, I get a buzz from my friend that says that she's sitting in the audience. She's come in from New York. I don't get a chance to see her very often. And my phone guides me directly to where she's sitting down. I sit down next to her. We get a chance to catch up. And we're ready to take in a day full of knowledge and exciting information about what's happening at Google I/O 2020. Now, the question in all of this is, that sounds a little bit sci-fi, a little bit crazy, but I want you to disassemble that, and I want you to think about the interactions between the device and the user as this whole experience happened. I want you to think about how many unnecessary interactions were avoided. I want you to think about how many times the system reminded me in context when it was useful to me, and how it brought new knowledge to my fingertips that I didn't really even ask for, but I knew that it was very useful. And how it was able to enrich my life by letting me sleep in for the maximum amount, by making me feel more comfortable in the morning instead of a rude awakening. So I really think that those components there that we mentioned, that type of simplification of a person's life, that simplification of interactions, those things we can build today. There's no obstacle to us doing that. And what I'm going to try to convince you of is that not only is it possible, we already have some applications that we've built and some other people have built that show these type of contextual experiences. And let me explain to you why I think now is the perfect time to do it. We have in our pockets an amazing platform. I don't think sometimes we're so involved in the day-to-day of things, we don't take a step back to just think about how amazingly powerful our platforms are. So inside your phone is a processor that can process 8 billion computations a second. Not only that, but it's full of sensors. It's got accelerometers and gyroscopes and barometers and magnetometers. Some phones even have humidity sensors. But that's never really happened before, that we've had that level of sensors available with us in that way, in an always-on fashion. And we can use those sensors like the accelerometer to determine things about the user's context, like if they're running or walking or driving or cycling. There's also other rich sensors on there, like the camera and the microphone that can pick up cues that we can use. And combine that with the huge variety of techniques available for communication, like cell and Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and GPS. And GPS, when you think about it, is kind of a little bit crazy. It allows us to talk to a satellite that's 20,000 kilometers away to work out where we are. So we have to ask ourselves, have we really taken full advantage of this platform in terms of really relieving the pressure off the user in terms of memory, in terms of simplifying their lives and easing the interaction? And I think the answer is that right now we have this very, very large opportunity ahead of us. Basically, in the history of computing, we've never had this combination of sensors, communication, and computing power. And we can use that power, those sensors, that ability to talk to devices nearby, to understand the user's context. I think all of you can think back to the keynote and what Aparna was telling us about Google Now as an example of this. And we can use this idea of understanding the user's context to simplify interactions, to augment human memory and knowledge, and also to make people's lives just a little bit better. And I mean, when I think about simpler interaction, I just think back to the broken model we have. One of our primary means of interactions with devices is that we took a 19th century technology, which is the typewriter, which was used to bang like letters onto a page, and we shrunk it down and tried to get it into a phone. And that's the metaphor that we use. There's got to be a better way, and we should be able to use the sensors on the device to help take that load to use those keyboards off the user. So where we're going to go from here is we want to walk you through our experiences building these types of systems. But this technology is still very new. So there's a couple of things, or in fact, to be exact, 3 things that you need to pay very careful attention to. And finally, I want to map out what the future might look like between here and 2020, that Google I/O talk that I hope to see all of you at in the future and be here presenting again. And with that, I'll hand over to Mark, who will walk us through some of these experiences.
Thanks, Waleed. So Waleed described the power of modern cell phones, and he also set the stage for what 2020 might look like. And what I'm hoping to do is to show you what's possible today. I think a good example is something that happened to me a couple of months ago. So as I was driving to a restaurant, I used Google Maps to help me navigate. And after I parked, I walked over to the building, and just as I walked in, I realized that I didn't pay attention to where I parked my car. Now, that's a terrible feeling that I'm sure some of you have experienced before. Now, luckily, I was able to swipe over to Google Now, which had a card indicating the last location of where I parked my car. I think that's a great example of the type of contextual experiences that can be built today, and I'd like to show you how to build these. So usually context is broken down into 3 layers. We start by taking sensor data, like that of an accelerometer or Wi-Fi, and then build algorithms on top of these, which take raw sensor data and turn it into higher level signals, like location or user activity. And finally, we use those signals to build features in apps. So let's look at these 3 layers in a little bit more details. Context starts with sensors. Sensors are what allow our devices to understand the world around them. They allow them to break out of the digital world and into the physical world, the world that you and I live in. And I think a good way to think about context and sensors in general is to think about human senses, since we're really good at understanding the environment around us. And building up this strong mental model of how sensors work is important because a lot of context is built on top of these. So something that's helped me with this is also a little bit of fun, is to ask myself, what if I had Android sensors instead of human senses? How would I perceive the world around me? Well, I'd see with a camera, a light, and a proximity sensor. I'd hear with a microphone. And I'd keep my balance with an accelerometer and a gyroscope. And I would use these sensors to understand the world around me and make decisions based on what I see. Now, as a human, I'm pretty lucky. My brain takes care of all this sensor processing for me. But how can we do it on Android? Well, algorithms need to be built on top of raw sensor data to make sense of what's happening in the real world. And there are many challenges here. So you have to come up with ways of fusing noisy and sometimes conflicting sensor data. We have to put together large data sets that allow us to train and fine-tune models. And we also have to come up with ways of enabling and disabling different sensors so that we can manage power consumption. Luckily, we've tried to make this as easy as possible. So we've built several Android services that take raw sensor data and turn it into contextual information. Now, these include the activity recognition, places, geofencing, and the Fuse location provider APIs. And I'll talk about these in a little bit more details in just a little while. So the key takeaway is that these allow you to receive context information in your apps with just a few lines of code. All of the processing is handled under the hood, so you get to focus on what really matters, which is the user experience in your apps. A context can sometimes be a little bit abstract, so my goal for today is to make it as concrete as possible. And to do that, I'll try something we haven't done before, which is to take launched Google products that make use of context and show you a behind-the-scenes look at how they work. So which APIs they use, how those APIs work, even which sensors they use. Now, hopefully, this will help illustrate what's possible today. So let's start with Smart Lock. And when I went home for Christmas, my mom asked me to enable a password on her device. She saw that I was using a swipe to unlock my phone. And after about a couple of months, she emailed me and said, how do I disable this? Now, basically, she found that having to do this every single time she needed to use her device was just too cumbersome. So everyone will weigh the pros and cons of security versus convenience a little bit differently, but this exposed an underlying problem. when it comes to unlocking your device, there are only really two options. You either disable security completely, or you enable it and have to perform some kind of action every single time you use your phone. So is there something, can we use sensors to make this better? Well, it turns out there's a lot that can be done here. And one example is on-body detection. So the idea behind this is pretty simple. If you're using your phone, and you put it in your pocket, and you walk around for a while, when you take it out again, it should still be unlocked. Your phone should be smart enough to know it's been in your continuous possession. So how do we make something like that work? Well, it starts with accelerometer data. So what you see here on the left is the accelerometer coming from a phone that's in a user's pocket. On the right is a phone that's just on a desk, not on the user. So you can visually tell that they're pretty different. And you basically, even if a person's sitting fairly still, there'll still be micro motions that can be detected over time. But is this enough to build something like on-body detection? Well, not quite. When it comes to context, there are usually many real-world variations to deal with. One of the problems that came up was that, let's say you're sitting in a cab and your phone slides out of your pocket. We need to know that it's not on you anymore so that we can lock it. But the accel that comes out of a phone that's in a car looks extremely different than that of a phone that's just sitting on a desk. So we needed something that could tell us that the phone was in a vehicle so that we could train situation-specific models. Well, in comes the activity recognition API, and it's the first context API I'd like to introduce. It works by fusing sensor data to detect the user's current activity. The way it works, it takes basically, we took some accelerometer data and used machine learning on top of that data to try and predict the user's current activity. And we've also added new signals recently, like the use of Bluetooth, and trained new models to make the detections run faster and also improve the accuracy. So let's look a little bit at how it works behind the scenes. So what we did is we asked Google employees to record over 65,000 sensor traces where they would label the activity they're doing as well as the carry position. So they'd say something like, I'm on a motorcycle and the phone's in my backpack, and label and gather sensor data. And we then extracted features from that sensor data and trained machine learning models that could predict the user's current activity. And after that, we took those models and made them run directly on the phone without needing any server interaction. This saves battery, bandwidth, and also makes the detections run faster. So this is kind of fun. So Kevin, an engineer on our team, went out and recorded sensor data along with videos of what he was doing. And the goal is to basically look at the sensor data and try and figure out, was he walking, was he on a bicycle, or was he in a vehicle? And if you look at this one, this is coming from the accelerometer data from his phone. So you can see there's kind of a couple of big spikes that happen. Those are usually an indication that somebody's moving their leg. Either they're walking and each time they hit the ground, there's a big spike that happens, or maybe they're biking. And each time they cycle around, there's a big spike that happens. If you add another sensor, like the watch accelerometer, all we see here are a lot of vibrations. We don't really see any big spikes like you'd expect to see if somebody was walking. So these types of vibrations, you'd usually expect to see if somebody's holding onto the steering wheel of a bicycle and just kind of feeling the bumps in the road. So let's take a look at what he was doing. Well, he was in fact biking. So this goes to show that if you use accelerometer data, it's a pretty good indication as to what the user's activity might be. Let's take a look at another one. So this one, it looks a lot like walking. So the top graph, which is coming from his phone, has a lot of these spikes that are pretty periodic, and the watch also has kind of very similarly timed spikes. So he's basically walking. That's what it looks like. So that'd be my first guess as to the activity. But if we add one more sensor, which is a barometer, things get pretty interesting. So a barometer senses atmospheric pressure. And basically the way it works is, the lower you go down in altitude, the more atmosphere there's on top of you and the more pressure your phone will sense. It's a little bit like if you go underwater. The deeper you go underwater, the more pressure you'll feel. And the same thing happens here, and your phone can sense that. So here there's kind of a continuous upward spike in the barometer, which means the user is actually decreasing in elevation. So we have somebody who's decreasing in elevation and also doing something like walking. So what activity is he doing? Well, he's going down some stairs. So I think it's a good example of, like, if you add another sensor like the barometer, you can better detect what's happening in the real world. Let's look at one last one. So Kevin, when he showed me this one, I had no idea what this was. I've never seen something quite like this. So he told me, well, okay, I'll give you a hint. I was playing a game, and I had a gamepad that I was playing with. I said, okay, well, the first part of this looks a little bit like running, but then there are these huge spikes that happen in the middle graph that I've just never seen before. So let's look at what he was doing. Okay, he's playing on a gamepad, and then, oh, he starts using his fists. Okay, now it makes sense. He's cheating. If you've ever played this game before, you've probably tried that yourself. But it's a good example of why we introduced an activity called unknown. This basically allows our classifiers to say, you know what, this kind of sensor data, I've just never seen it before, and I don't want to make the wrong thing and say, oh, you're biking or you're running, so I'm just going to guess unknown. So in summary, on-body detection works by taking accelerometer data as well as the activity recognition API to detect that a phone was in a user's continuous possession. It saves users over 20 unlocks per day. But can we save even more unlocks by using other context signals? Well, the answer is yes. So for me personally, if I'm at home, I'm comfortable having my device stay unlocked. But if I go to an airport, I want it to lock in case I lose it. So different places have different levels of trust for different people. And the Trusted Places feature allows you to keep your device unlocked in places that you trust. So let's see how it works. Well, it makes use of the second context API I'd like to introduce, which is the Places API. This API makes it really simple to get information about the places around your users. And it also contains a component called a place picker, which makes it easy to launch an interactive map that allows your user to select a nearby place. So let's look at a little bit of code to see how it works. Well, to use the place picker API, you simply create a place picker builder, and then you call start activity for result. When the user selected a place, you'll get a callback with the details of the place, like its name and address. It's really that simple. And the other API used by this Trusted Places feature is called the geofencing API. This API fuses location as well as activity to detect and to give your apps a callback whenever it leaves or enters a particular region. It allows your apps to respond to changes in the user's location while keeping battery consumption to a minimum. And for this feature, it was used to unlock my device just as I arrive home and lock it again when I leave. So to use it, you set a circular region around an area, and then you decide if you want to be told about entries or exits of a particular area. We also added a new transition type called dwell. This allows you to say, I want to be notified only when the user's been inside of the geofence for a specified amount of time. It makes it easier to distinguish between the case where somebody walks by your geofence or actually stops at the place that you're interested in. So in summary, we have the Trusted Places feature, which uses a place picker as well as geofencing to make sure to unlock your device in places that you trust. And we had this feature which uses a lot of very kind of location-based. And we had the on-off body detection, which is using accelerometers quite a bit. So what happens if we use these two sensors together? Well, we can build a feature called Where Did I Park My Car, which is one I mentioned earlier. And what I love about it is that it's completely automatic. I don't have to remember to take my phone out of my pocket and press a button every single time I get out of my car. So how does it work? Well, it makes use of the Fuse Location Provider API, which is an Android service that uses Wi-Fi, cell, GPS, accelerometers, gyroscopes, magnetometers. So basically a huge, huge amount of sensors to try and figure out the location of your device, if it's indoors or outdoors. It also provides multiple controls for developers to allow you to tune for higher accuracy or better battery consumption. So let's take a look at how it was used as part of this feature. Well, we started with the activity recognition API and looked for whether or not the user was in a vehicle. And once you detect the user's in a vehicle, we then register for the Android tilt sensor. This is a sensor that can really, at like super low latency, detect that a user went from sitting to standing. And it helped reduce the amount of time it takes to detect that a user came out of a vehicle. And then finally, once we detect the user just got out of a vehicle, we use the Fuse Location Provider API. And then there you have it, the location of where you parked your car automatically detected. So I'm a huge fan of the quantified self idea, and that's why I love the Google Fit app. It tracks my steps, it tracks my bike rides as well as my runs, and it does this completely automatically. I don't have to remember to push a button every time I go out for a bike ride. And to do this, it makes use of many APIs. So it makes use of the Activity Recognition API, the Fuse Location Provider API, and even the Sensors API to track things like heart rate. And after using it for about a couple of months, I noticed that on weekends, I would routinely miss my step goal. So I thought this was a really interesting insight for me that allowed me to adjust my routine. And once I did, I noticed a significant improvement in my skating stride whenever I played hockey. So I thought that was great. But now, after my legs were super strong from all that hard walking, there was a new limiting factor for me, which were my lungs. They would just burn after a really hard skate. That kind of high level of intensity just isn't reached by walking. So we asked ourselves, what can we do to make fitness a bit better? Well, new devices bring up new possibilities. Android Wear is great for context. Since it's packed with sensors, it's always on the user, and it's at a known fixed location. So we decided to study sensor data to see if we could detect some of these commonly known activities like push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, which have a really high level of intensity. Well, it turns out it's doable. So here's an accelerometer graph of what doing a squat looks like. So each time the user does a squat, you can see this huge spike that happens. And basically, we can write algorithms on top of this to detect it. So I love staring at accelerometer graphs, and I could do it all day, but I think a live demo will be a little bit more interesting. So please welcome Barbara, the engineering lead of this project, onto the stage to show us this in action.
Thanks, Mark.
Can you switch over to the Wolf Vision, please?
So today I'm going to do some workouts on the stage and show you how activity recognition can automatically detect what workout you're doing and also how many reps you've done. First, I'm going to do some squats. And while I'm doing it, you should be able to see the count on the big screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. So, yes. As you can see, I did 5 squats, and while I was doing squats, the count incremented one by one. The count you see here is synced from my watch directly over Bluetooth, so the detection is all happening on the watch. You may also notice we only started showing the count after I've done 3 squats. This is because we want to differentiate between a real squat versus a random arm swing. Okay, the accuracy for squats is pretty great. Now let's take a look at sit-ups.
Do you want to move back a bit?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Awesome. Thanks. Back to Mark.
Cool. Thanks, Barbara. All right, can we switch back over to the slides? Thank you. All right, so we saw how, that was a really cool demo, by the way. So we saw how Smart Lock, Find My Car, and the Google Fit app make use of context to improve their app experience. Now, these are Google-specific use cases, which were useful to use as examples, since we could really dive into the details. But what I'd like to leave you with now are a few examples of how you can use context in your own apps. Thank you. So yeah, context can be used to simplify interactions with a device. So while Lee mentioned earlier how keyboards are really small and hard to type on, well, one example would be that if you have a chat app, you can automatically fill in the name of a nearby place as the user's typing to save them some keystrokes. You can also write a feature that would simplify sort of the output of the device. So if a user is driving, you could automatically read text messages out loud to make driving a little bit safer. Slides are being a bit slow. And you can also do things like, okay, we'll go without the slides. So okay, you can also use it, so other ways of simplifying interactions would be if, say your user arrives home, you can automatically turn on the lights. You can also use it to simplify sharing. So one example would be that if you have a text messaging app, as your user is driving, you could let other users know that they're driving by putting a little icon that says, this user is currently driving, and then it can save them from having to receive, send out a text message when that user is already busy. It can also be used to, let's say your user just went out for a run. You could say, all right, let me fill out a post with the distance that you've traveled. That way you don't have to actually go in and say, okay, hey, I just ran 10 kilometers. So maybe make sharing a little bit easier. And another example would be an activity leaderboard. So something that I like a lot from some of these fitness products is that they show me, here's how much you've walked versus other users. You could do a lot more of that. So say for bike rides, you could show this is how many miles your friends have biked versus you. And then make, basically keep things a little bit more interesting in terms of challenging for your friends. You can also use it for use cases that are related to entertainment. So let's say that I go out for a run. Well, if I hit a really tough part of a run, maybe you could play the song Eye of the Tiger to keep things interesting. It can also be used for games. So for example, you could write a game that's a treasure hunt based on activity and location. We're getting stage directions as to whether or not we'll get the slides back. It's okay. This part is actually pretty non-visual. The next part will be, I think we'll need the slides back. So So other entertainment use cases. For example, you could do movie recommendations. So if I go out and I go to a ballpark, and then I get home, you could recommend, hey, you might want to watch the movie Field of Dreams. And it can also be used in quantified self use cases. So I mentioned how the Google Fit app is great for quantified self, especially around fitness. I think there's a lot more that can be done here. For example, you can show users, this is how much time you spend on commuting. And here's how much it was this week, here's how much it was last week. Hey, we're back. All right. So yeah, here's a quantified self use case. So basically, you show your users, this is how much you've done in terms of commuting this month and last month. And then show, hey, maybe if you left a little bit earlier on this day or this day, you'd actually be able to save extra time. You can also show it for restaurant visits. So if let's say you show me a summary of this month, how many times I've visited restaurants versus last month, I can use that to compare and maybe optimize my life a little bit. And finally, it can be used to explore and discover the world around your users, like showing nearby events, or even just as I walk up to a restaurant, you can show me this is the menu for this restaurant, here are the best items so that I can compare. And of course, the best examples will come from you. So there you have it. I hope that going through these examples has helped illustrate the type of contextual experiences that can be built today. And I look forward to seeing these in your apps. And now Walid will speak to the challenges of building contextual experiences.
Thank you, Mark. So it's important to realize that these technologies and the ideas that Mark presented to us are really in their infancy. So we're at a very critical stage. You can really build some awesome stuff, but you need to pay very close attention to a couple of things because the technology is so new. It's not like, say, graphical user interfaces that have been around for quite a while. So it's really important that you pay attention to a few things. And those three things are user trust. In other words, you need to establish a relationship with your user to help them understand how you're using sensors and what the application is doing for them. Secondly, recovering gracefully when things don't go right. And finally, and perhaps most challengingly in the current age, battery life. So let's talk about user trust. Really here, there are two key rules. The first one is to collect only what you use. It's so tempting with the huge range of sensors available to say something like, give me everything you got. But really what that leads to is it leads to user confusion. And we've seen that ourselves. We've seen flashlight apps that require fine-grained location, which doesn't make any sense at all. And the other really important principle is to explain how you're using the context to benefit the user. And generally what we've seen is if you can present to the user the benefits of sharing these sensors like GPS and an accelerometer with you, then they will understand and they will come with you on the journey as you launch the app. So let's go through some examples that we have in our own products in Google. The first one on the left shows the trusted places. So what happens is the first time that trusted places triggers, after you've installed it and enabled it, is it will have an interstitial here that explains, by the way, we unlocked right now because we knew where you were. You were in a particular place, and now we've communicated to the user how we're using location to make their lives better. The second example comes from the on-body detection that we mentioned earlier. And that's really about explaining to users how we're using the accelerometer. And we have a short explanation with cute little graphics that say, hey, this is what we're doing. And we've really found that this helps users to understand and come along with us on the journey as we make apps more contextual. The second principle that we have to adhere to is really recovering gracefully. Now, as Mark showed you, these are all machine learning algorithms. No machine learning algorithm is perfect. So for example, if you're driving really slowly, it's going to be very hard to tell that from cycling. Or for example, if you think about choosing a place, maybe we won't get you at exactly the right restaurant, but we'll get you next door, right? So we have to design with the idea and change the user interface and interaction to have capability for that. So for example, when you look at Google Fit, although we automatically detect the start and end of things, it's really important to provide the user a way to correct that. Or think about the place picker. When you look at the place picker and we're giving people a bunch of options to choose from, ideally, we wouldn't even give them the option, right? We just say, you're definitely at this place. But what we do is we offer a couple of other options so that the user can choose the correct one in case we didn't quite get it right, but we were close, right? And then the third example is to do with think back to on-off body detection and trusted places and really contemplate what we did there. What happens if we get it wrong? What happens if we think that the user that the phone was on a desk, but was actually in their pocket. Well, what might happen is that we might ask them to unlock one more time. And is that so bad? At least we've had the benefit of being able to reduce the number of unlocks that they have to do on a regular basis. Now, this is perhaps the most challenging thing that you will face as you try to make your apps more contextual. And I think it's important to us to recognize the difference between the way that these contextual apps work and normal apps work. Most of the apps we develop, but not all of them, are basically foreground applications. And when you're a foreground application, what you do as far as power doesn't really matter so much because the screen's going to be the dominant factor in your power consumption. And so what that means, and in addition, most of our apps, maybe the user uses it for 10 minutes a day or 15 minutes a day. It's not like they're using it for 15 hours a day, right? And in fact, if you look at the statistics, the average phone is on for 4% of the time. Now we have to switch our mental model. And we have to think of, instead of these huge spikes for short intervals, we have to think about sipping a little bit of power all the time. And that means we have to adopt some new metaphors and ways of thinking about things, and in fact, change the way the hardware is designed to facilitate that particular use case. Now, the great thing with Android is just how flexible it is. It's an amazingly flexible system, and you can do things on Android that aren't even possible on other platforms. But it also means that that gives you a lot of rope to hang yourself with. So you have to be super, super careful in how you use these things. So what we've tried to do with the APIs that we've provided is that we've tried to give you powerful abstractions that aren't very power hungry. And that gives you a lot of capability to address the common cases. But as I mentioned, the beauty of Android is just its flexibility, and you can always go off and build your own contextual experiences. So just to give you an idea of like what we do in our labs, now we're designing APIs for the entire ecosystem, so we put a little bit of effort into this. This shows our power regression testing lab. And what you can see there is a bunch of monsoons. Those are devices for measuring power very accurately. And what we do is every time we make a change to the code that we make available to you, we run it against these devices to make sure there are no regressions. Now, again, I want to emphasize that you can always do your own thing, but you do need to pay attention to power because it's one of the greatest challenges. So if you want to get power right, there are two key principles that we've seen. The first one is you have to make the hardware do the heavy lifting for you. And we'll talk a little bit about the design patterns, the subcategories there. And the second thing is to really think about what does your application really need in terms of quality. So to really understand making the hardware do the hard work for you, we need to kind of step in and understand a little bit about how things used to happen and what happens now. So traditionally, the model in Android was that you had sensors that themselves might be quite power efficient. Like yes, accelerometer, it's pretty power efficient. But your application processor that actually does those 8 billion calculations and renders the screen and makes your game run and gives you no jank and all of that kind of stuff, that thing is actually pretty power hungry. In fact, it consumes a very, very substantial amount of power. So the game here is to keep that application processor on for as little time as possible. Now, the issue is that if you have a sensor, even if the sensor is low power, let's take you back to your college days and draw one of these sequence diagrams. What happens is that the sensor sends the update to the processor sends it to your app. So each sensor measurement you get, and you might be getting 25 or 100 sensor measurements a second, the processor has to stay awake, and it never gets a chance to go to sleep. So what we did is we changed the design of the internals of Android. And we said, what if we can put some low-power hardware in between the sensors and the application processor? This will give us a mechanism to really get to low-power possibilities. So effectively, what we have is something like this. You send the sensor data to this little low-power thing, which we will call a hub for now. And instead of it waking up the main application processor, it's going to bunch together a bunch of measurements, send them as one package to the processor, and the package then delivers that to your app. In the case of accelerometer data, we've seen this cut our power by 80%. So using this feature is very, very power advantageous. And in fact, this is what we rely on for our activity recognition to make it even more power efficient. Now, we already put this low power hardware box in the middle of it. But what if instead of just gathering up a bunch of measurements and shipping them off in one go, we actually put more intelligence on there and ask that the hardware check for conditions to be true or false and actually start to put programs in there? Then what's possible is that you could actually check for the geofences in the hardware. And some of the versions, some of the Android devices in your pockets actually do hardware geofencing, which is much more power efficient than software geofencing. And think back to the keynote where we were talking about doze mode. Doze mode is built on something called significant motion, which watches the accelerometer all the time to see if the position of the device might have changed in a significant way. And by using that sensor, we were able to really extend the battery life of the device, and it's really enabled us to build some very impressive features. So we talked before about design patterns and making the hardware do the heavy lifting. But the other thing to think about really carefully is, what does your application really need? And I want you to think about a weather app and an indoor navigation app. Clearly, for a weather app, I don't need like the most accurate location. I just need city-level location to get what I want. Now, the fused location provider gives you options as far as power: high quality, balanced, and low power. And in this case, we would choose low power. But compare that to an indoor navigation app. The user's looking right at the device. I want the highest quality I possibly can. So then I would ask for high power. And not only does this apply to accuracy, but also to timeliness. For example, if we have the same situation, do I really care if I show the city for 5 minutes or 10 minutes after I've left that city and moved on to, say, Berkeley instead of San Francisco? We think we can probably tolerate that. But if you show the user's location 50 seconds after they were there, that's going to be a pretty horrible experience. So it's really about you telling the system what you need in terms of features. So those were the difficulties we have to overcome. But what I'm really excited to share with you in our last few minutes together is what I think is going to happen in the future, because I really think we're on a good track to 2020. So there's, of course, going to be a large range of incremental improvements. Location will get more accurate, and the range of activities we detect is going to get broader. We're going to detect going upstairs and downstairs and up elevators, and maybe even more extreme things like playing golf or cooking dinner. But there's also 3 critical step functions that I want to outline to you folks. The first of those is improvements to location. The second one is moving to a multi-device world. I think you remember Sundar's conversation today about Brillo and the Internet of Things. And finally, opening up that low-power subsystem that we've just been talking about. So let's dive right in. So I really think that location will get very, very much better in the coming while. I think one of the biggest weaknesses with location right now is it's not available indoors. And I think we have some ways that we can improve that. Now, what I want to highlight is in the next slide, I'm going to show you a video. This is not close to production. It's way too power hungry and too flaky and too lab-like to launch. But I wanted to show you what we've been working on in our lab. What you can see here is a diagram of one of our labs. And the green line shows ground truth. And the blue dot shows what we're able to compute in terms of location. And the most impressive thing about this is we don't use any sensors that aren't already on your device today. You can see it's tracking pretty bloody accurately. It's about 2 or 3 meters off. And that's pretty impressive. And we're really excited about working to make this a reality in most people's devices. Imagine what you could do in terms of geofences with something this accurate. The second point we talked about is multi-device, the Internet of Things and Brillo. So we've already started to talk about what you can do on Wear and what you can do on your phone. But what happens when you add Auto and Nest and Brillo into the mix? 2 really interesting things happen. Number one, the ways that you can sense the environment can change. And that means that our ability to understand context becomes much more richer, and we can do a much better job. Secondly, you have a much greater surface area to surface the benefits of location and other contextual signals. So imagine, for example, that you say, turn on the lights. Well, we can answer that question now, because what you can do is you can know exactly which lights to turn on because we know your location very accurately. So that's a really exciting thing. The final thing that I want to talk about is opening up that flexible, always-on computing platform. Do the math, and it's like 30 minutes max. But you take one of these STM32F411s, there's a mouthful, and you plunk it in there, and you can basically, it's so low power that you can basically just keep it running all the time. And if it was the only thing running on the phone in typical mode, your phone battery life would last for 60 days. Now, I want to remind you again, I think we all know what Moore's Law is, but it's just fun to look at this again. So this is the Intel Pentium from 20 years ago, and this is the STM32F411 that's in some of your phones right now. And it's crazy how the difference in size works. But here's what I'm super excited about. What happens when instead of this processor being a fixed function that the developer who makes the phone gets to decide what runs on there, and we open it up to third parties and allow us to develop the code in a dynamic way? Think about what happened with GPUs in the 90s, when all of a sudden, instead of having a fixed pipeline, you could do flexible things and render really interesting things. What if we connected not just accelerometer and gyros and compasses, but entire systems so that even when the phone is like in low power mode, it can communicate with nearby devices using Bluetooth Low Energy? This is something that I'm incredibly excited about. And just to convey the power of what this idea means, let's look at some concrete examples. Suddenly think about it. All the things that, this whole discussion that I'm having with you about lower power would almost become irrelevant because you now have a platform to make things really, really low power. And what you could do is you could take that indoor location system and even in a deployed phone, make it run at low enough power that you could have it always on. Not only that, but you could even detect sensors the same way that we talked about the brainstem. You could detect falls, like when you fall out of bed. You could detect earthquakes. You could detect even car crashes and be able to offer the user help. Now, that's in the phone, but when we come to wear, it becomes even more incredible. Because what we can do is you might be able to walk up to a door and just knock on it, and your phone would detect your knock, and it would talk to the device over BLE and unlock it magically. You could even do weird things, like imagine that you're into juggling. Anytime you could juggle, we could detect that and give you statistics about how often you juggle and something like that. And perhaps just to twist your brain a little bit, one of the really interesting implications for me as an old-time RPG guy is that we could build a location-based game where you literally cast spells. So as I do things like this or like some other symbol, we could build a game around recognizing when you make those symbols in real life. It really does open up the exciting possibilities to be able to access that platform. And with that, I'd really like to thank you for your attention today. I think we're at a unique part of the history of computing now with these abilities to combine the sensing, the computing, and communications ability. And we can use these to simplify users' interactions with the device. We've added a bunch of rich APIs. We hope that you use them. We can't wait to see what you folks will build to make your apps context aware. Finally, Mark and I will be standing outside to answer questions after this. And we have some special talks about the Places API and Activity APIs tomorrow. And we'd love to hear your feedback and thoughts at this page. Thank you very much for your time today.
Android, or is that one on my home computer? You just have your entire life of memories on any device that you pick up and go into the Google Photos app.
Now, one of the things you were showing today was like just how easy it is to share these photos, and people don't need like a different app to get into them or a permissions link. How does all that work?
So we want to make sharing really easy. And I have this with my wife all the time. So, she takes a bunch of photos of the kids, I take a bunch of photos of the kids, and we're trying to exchange photos because we all want to hold on to them, we all want them together. Yep. And normally you have to share them in some way or with some app, and then you download, and then you re-upload. And so with Google Photos, we said, let's just make it really simple. So we make it so you can just sort of select all of the photos really easily, say grab a link. You can send that link to anyone. It's a really secure link. But anyone who has it can get access to the photos and see that content, and they can just tap one button, and all of those photos and videos are immediately copied into their libraries.
Nice, nice. Now, do they need to have a Google ID at least to be able to sign in to get that storage?
And if they want to be able to copy those photos and videos into their library, then they need a Google Photos library, which means they just need a standard Google account.
Sweet.
But if they want to just view the content, so if I want to take the photos and I want to share them to my kids' grandparents,
Right.
and I want them to be able to just access it, I don't have to worry about it. I can just send it over SMS even.
Oh,
they can click
cool.
on the link, and immediately they'll just see all the beautiful photos and videos.
That's really cool. And now if I'm a Google Drive user, I can see all of this in my Google Drive, right?
Exactly, and that's why we wanted to make sure between Drive and Photos, it doesn't matter which door you come into. Ultimately, it's your photos and videos. You should have them accessible in either place. So photos you put in Drive can show up in Photos, and photos that are in Google Photos are available to you in Google Drive.
Right, and I have 15 gigabytes of storage in Drive, but I don't need to worry about all those gigabytes of pictures, right? Because it's unlimited.
Yeah, well, so we have essentially two different ways that you can store content. If you care really deeply about the original bytes, you want to have the last bytes down to the very, very last ones, and you want to make sure that you can back up raw files that are 30 megapixel or 4K video, then we have our traditional plans where you can pay $10 a month for a terabyte, still some of the cheapest storage on the planet. You get 15 gigabytes for free across all your Google services, and that continues. But as we were talking to people and we realized the challenges in this sort of taking back control of your digital lives is we take so many photos and videos. And most mobile devices are less than 16 megapixels in terms of the cameras they take. Almost all the videos people are producing are 1080p. And we thought, what if we could take these photos and videos that these people are creating and let them have peace of mind? We can back them up unlimited for free. And so that's why we created this ability now to back up a lifetime of memories unlimited for free, under 16 megapixels for photos, 1080p for HD videos, and then we use compression to maintain a near identical visual quality.
But you showed that picture of the penguins, right? And that was a compressed picture.
Yeah.
And it was still just beautiful fidelity in it. Right?
Absolutely, and we have some examples where we go and we zoom in at like 4 levels of detail, and really in there to the exact same levels, and we really try to make it such that it's indiscernible to the human eye. Because our goal, and that's why we sort of figure out the right things based on the right photos, and we do different techniques, is because we really want this to fit. You want comfort. That like if this is the only copy of that photo you have, we want you to feel incredibly comfortable and with peace of mind that you can always have access to that photo, and it's a good enough high quality photo. You can print it, you can share it, and it's just like the memory that you remember and just like the photo you took.
Yep. Now, my daughter's in love with penguins. She absolutely loved penguins. And when I was like looking at that picture, I was thinking, I have to send her that picture. But she's one of these people, like, and I'm sure she's a teenager, and lots of teenagers that they'll take out their cell phone and they'll take picture, right?
Absolutely.
She'll take 10 selfies of herself, and then she'll like pick the right selfie, and then she doesn't like the others. And are we doing anything like, for that overwhelming amount of pictures?
Yeah, I mean, we have just scratched the surface of all the things we need to do with photos. We're pretty excited about these 3 key ideas. We think there's more that we can do to help you easily and safely back up your life of memories. We think we want to make sure it's even easier to be able to find and organize. What you're describing is very much in that category about like, make it easy for me to hold on to just one of the 10. Right. And how about when I share with my wife, make it really easy for us to be able to put those photos in a single place. Like there's a lot of really great opportunities here. Cool. And so we're just getting started in photos. We've got a lot to do.
Oh, I mean, you've done so much, right? One thing really piqued my curiosity this morning. So you were showing this thing that had like faces of your relatives.
Yeah.
And you picked like your niece, I believe it was. And then it showed like pictures of her all the way down to a baby.
Right.
But how did it understand like that the baby is the same person because the face is different, right?
Yeah, so we auto-organize your library by the people, places, and things that matter. Okay. So in my particular case, it was very much my wife, my 2 kids, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, the brothers and sisters, etc., friends. And in the case of the niece, what we do is we group faces that are similar, typically in within a few years of an age group. So for example, in her case, we would have likely done something from when she was a baby to being very young, and then something in sort of her middle kind of toddler to 8, 9 years old, and then now when she's 10 to 15 years old. And what we do is we get high levels of confidence on those groupings.
Okay.
But then what we can do is based on some really great, amazing computer vision, is we can calculate sort of feature and distance vectors around how people naturally age. And we can start looking at these sort of 3 groups, and we can look at the progression that someone has had, and we can say, you know what, the similarities here, when you apply the way people start to age, are actually make these things look like they're really, really close. And we can bring these 3 neighboring clusters together in a sort of a single one and say, hey, this is actually sort of the same face.
Right.
And because we're doing this 100% private for your eyes only, it's also really easy for you to go in and say, hey, you know what, Google Photos, you made a mistake. These 4 people, that's a different baby. right? And so we try to do the best that we can, but we acknowledge that every now and then we're not going to do it right, but we make it really easy for you to tell us and then still get, curate those results in the right way.
We're running low on time, but there's one last question I got to ask, and that was like the mountain biking thing, the videos that you showed. Like that was like hours of videos, right? But how was it able to take those hours of videos and turn them like into that one exciting moment, including you taking the tumble?
Yeah, I wish it left that part out, by the way.
No, I love it. I keep it in.
So what we do with our movies is when people upload lots of videos, we find that no one really consumes them because you typically get a great 3 to 4 second moment, but you often capture minutes of video. In that example, I captured multiple hours of GoPro footage, right, when you're mountain biking. And so you sort of upload it because you're like, oh, maybe there's a nugget in here, but honestly, I never would have got back to it. And so what Google Photos did for me is it analyzed that content. It looked for what the best shots are based on the composition, the lighting. It looked for faces. It looked for motion. And it gave me particular clips and was able to stitch that together automatically. Now it's a starting point. I can go in and edit it. I can say, you know what, I don't want these 3 clips, or I want to add these, or I want to change the theme or soundtrack. It gives me some options, but it's a great starting point. We use some really great technology to put that together.
It just created a nice little story for you, right?
Exactly. Well, and that's a moment.
We do this.
And then I would share that, right? I was never going to share 4 hours of GoPro footage of me mountain biking.
Well,
a 24-second video.
Some people would love to watch it, but
you're too kind. I don't think they would, but yes.
So thank you so much, Anil. That was fabulous. And the new Google Photos, it's available to download now for iOS and Android. So go check it out.
And it's also on the web, photos.google.com.
Also on the web. So I can actually take my old photos and upload them on the web?
Absolutely, right now.
Sweet. Photos.google.com, and it's available for Android and iOS. Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Anil.
Lawrence. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, I know this is a really simple example, so let's switch over to our code editor and we can actually start wiring up some Polymer elements. If you guys are interested in that. It makes the whole app have this really nice, snappy feel to it. Pretty simple, right? Now, there's a few ways that you can achieve this effect.
It's best to have a decent understanding of how things work under the hood instead of it being some mystery black box. For many people, bandwidth and file sizes are still real concerns. We know who you are. Don't you want to click on it? I know I do. So you give it a try and enjoy. You just might learn something.
That's right. And it's exactly the same thing with Google Play Services. It will give you the end-to-end view of what works and what doesn't work, so you can improve and become better. Exactly the way that it should be. Oh, yeah, man! Let's do it!
Yeah. Young kids, you're afraid of this guy. You're looking at the inner workings of science here, folks. How fitting is it that all of the technological advances we've had over the past 40 years have been because of these crazy, amazing, inspirational thoughts? But that's for a different episode.
I outranked Larry Page to be here.
I'd love to hear what he has to say about you.
You shouldn't probably ask him about me.
And thanks for the coffee. Oh, you're very welcome. It's good coffee too, and it's real.
I'm really excited about what's to come, what developers are going to do.
I'm waiting for the 3D printer that can print a pizza, and then order that through my TV.
Yeah.
But the goal, though, is to have this be available to everyone. Makes perfect sense. Cool.
And that's almost it for this time. I say almost, because there's one more thing to cover.
I imagine a perfect world where there are equal number of men and women innovating and inventing together, and most importantly, leading a group of people by inspiring them.
What if you and me could be that people for someone else? What if you are the one to inspire?
You think that's not possible? Just imagine. Be proud of what you do and celebrate what you've toiled for.
Nothing can stop you.
So what are you waiting for?
I want you and me to be instrumental in bringing about this change.
So this is important stuff.
I encourage you to check out the full documentation, which we will link to at the end of this video.
And we got a separate dev bite going into more detail.
Definitely stay tuned for that. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time.